What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Eat that. I've got a monitor. Okay. All right. Cool. So, before I left Mississippi, back when I was a newer, I guess you could say, First Amendment auditor, this was around the time that I started.
Gentlemen, how you all doing today? Is there a reason why y'all are recording the vehicles? I'm asking because we saw you on camera looking at our vehicles over here that's parked on the back of the lot.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a reason why you were recording the vehicles and getting tag numbers and stuff?
Well, there's always a reason.
Always.
Yeah, so what is it?
But we don't discuss any information.
Oh, okay, well, let me ask you not to do this because those are tag numbers and we don't need you, whatever it is that you're doing, putting people tag numbers.
Sir, you do realize there's no expectation of privacy out in public, right?
That's why they're on the outside of the car.
Okay, I understand that, but still, that's why we asked you what is it that you all are doing.
Yep, but we don't
Is there
discuss-
something that we can help you with?
Gathering content for a story.
Yeah.
Gathering
Like a
content
soft
for what
drink
now?
or something?
We're journalists. We're gathering content for a
Okay,
story.
and what is it exactly that you gathered? the
Can't
content
disclose
for?
that right now.
Yeah, it's an investigative piece.
Okay, and is there somewhere you got some paperwork or anything that's showing that you're doing this?
Freedom of press.
Yeah, freedom of the press, First Amendment.
Does the freedom of the press tell you that you can go back there and Gentlemen, how you all doing today? Is there a reason why y'all are recording the vehicles? I'm asking because we saw you on camera looking at our vehicles over here that's parked on the back of the lot.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a reason why you were recording the vehicles and getting tag numbers and stuff?
Well, there's always a reason.
Always.
Yeah, so what is it?
But we don't discuss any information.
Oh, okay, well, let me ask you not to do this because those are tag numbers and we don't need you, whatever it is that you're doing, putting people tag numbers.
Sir, you do realize there's no expectation of privacy out in public, right?
That's why they're on the outside of the car.
Okay, I understand that, but still, that's why we asked you what is it that you all are doing.
Yep, but we don't
Is there
discuss-
something that we can help you with?
Gathering content for a story.
Yeah.
Gathering
Like a
content for
soft
what
drink
now?
or something?
We're journalists. We're gathering content for a
Okay,
story.
and what is it exactly that you gathered? the
Can't
content
disclose
for?
that right now.
Yeah, it's an investigative piece.
Okay, and is there somewhere you got some paperwork or anything that's showing that you're doing this?
Freedom of press.
Yeah, freedom of the press, First Amendment.
Does the freedom of the press tell you that you can go back there and record those vehicles back there?
Did you see me back there?
Yes.
Do you have a sign that restricts access back there?
You saw me off this side.
Right there it says personnel only. It is right there on the side of the building.
Did you saw me off of the sidewalk?
I saw you when you were standing right there. When I looked on the cameras, I saw you when you were standing right there.
So I was on the sidewalk.
No. You stepped onto the property.
No, I didn't.
See, the sidewalk stops right here. You go back and you look at it, see where that line is right there? The sidewalk starts right there. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I was never on the property. I've got everything on camera.
Okay, that's great. Now here's why we're asking, because the last time somebody did that, they gave out tag numbers and people were visited at their homes.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's why we ask. It's for safety of people here.
Oh, okay.
We all have children. We have other people that stay at our homes, and we don't want anybody giving out our tag numbers because your tag numbers lead back to an address.
Our goal is not to take
The
tag
regular
numbers.
Yeah, the regular citizens can't run tags.
But what do you do whenever you're driving and your tag's on the back of the car? And
What do you mean? But see,
I mean,
first,
you can't help.
Exactly. I don't know what you're doing this for. You could be doing this for gang members. So this is Department of Corrections.
Thank God we live in America, right?
You could be doing this for gang members. This is Department of Corrections, which means that gang members are in the prison. They put out hits every day. Hits out on yes, every day. Every day. They have cell phones in there.
Probation officers are killed by gang members?
I'm sorry, is that what you heard me say?
I'm just glad we don't. I'm just glad we don't live in a world where it's hypotheticals and.
Well, number one is the first thing I said is offenders put out hits every day, and yes, they do. All over the state all over America.
Really?
They do those things. That's correct. And we've had that happen to us. That's why we're here asking you questions about it. Because you're out here recording. I mean, how would you like it if I came by your house and I started recording your kids or your
is this your
grandparents?
house?
No, hold on.
I didn't
It's
realize.
not that. I started recording, or I was getting your tag numbers.
Oh, that'd be
Would you not
perfectly
want? Would you
fine.
not want to know why I'm recording your house, or why I'm not?
My tag number's right there. You
Okay,
drive
but
here.
I'm saying, would you not want to know why I've come by your home and I'm recording?
I don't usually butt in on other people's business.
So if I came by your house right now and I started recording, it wouldn't bother you at all?
Well, you couldn't see
You
my
wouldn't-
house from
you
the
wouldn't have any
road. You'd
questions?
have to trespass on my property to even see my house.
That's good for you. Everybody else doesn't have that privilege.
Well,
Can I get your name? Can I get your name? Can I get your name?
Does your mother do your mother do that? Does your mother house? Does she have the same privilege? Does your grandmother have the same privilege? Does your kids have the same privileges? Of your house is so far off nobody can get to you.
Yeah, most of my family lives in the country.
Okay, so it wouldn't bother you if somebody came up there and started recording your home? They're just sitting there
Not if
looking
they
at
were doing it from a public.
or if
right
they're
of
at your job and they're looking at and they're recording different things, that wouldn't question you at all?
Well, my job records everything anyway, because they got cameras everywhere.
I mean, you have an answer, but you're not answering any of my questions. I'm asking you if it bothers. I didn't ask you if it's a job report.
Well, no, the master asks the questions, the servant answers the questions.
Okay, well, I'm not a server, and you're not my master.
Well, you're
That's why I'm asking. No, I'm a public.
You're
I'm not a
public.
server.
You're a
You
public.
are not a master. Yes, that's right. I am to serve and protect the public.
Hold on,
But you are not my master.
Can you de-escalate,
See
sir?
my hand.
Do you see me getting angry?
You're
I'm
getting
asking the
a little
question.
aggressive.
He's acting. No, I'm not.
See-
I'm
see-
talking to him the same. My tone has not changed since I've been out here.
See the hat?
I like how you work though. I like how you work. How you try to sit there and say different things.
No,
and try to
no,
make
no.
it seem
Actually,
like
that
what
would
it
be
is.
you talking about
No, I'm
about
not. I'm asking
putting
you simple
tag
questions.
numbers and.
Right. I'm asking you because the world is dangerous.
But are you not
The
doing
word-
exactly what you're just accusing us of doing?
And what is that?
Of as far as making hypotheticals, just.
I didn't accuse you all of doing any hypotheticals. That doesn't make any
Did you
sense.
not come over here and say that we were
I
filming
asked-
tags and?
I asked
and
why you were filming, and I asked you because it's for people's safety. Because we've had things where people have come out here and gotten tag numbers. They've gotten tag numbers, and you can trace these tag numbers to people's homes. So there was no
How do
hypothetical.
you do that?
What do you mean?
How
How
would I
you
do
get a
that?
simple computer?
Oh, so I can go and
So you can go
You
to
sure
Google.
can. You sure can. I'm sorry. Have y'all not paid attention to how it's upgraded? I could get your first and last name and find out everything about you, and I don't need a police officer.
Oh, sweet.
Can you show us how that's done?
You can find out for yourself. Go to Google. That's as simple. All you gotta do is a button on Google. It's a microphone. Click that microphone. Say someone's name and see how much information. Matter of fact, put your own name in there. Go on Google, put your own name in there,
and I
see
can
what
get your
comes
name
up.
from the tag.
You can get anything you want from the tag.
I don't think it works that way. I've never seen it work that way.
No. My dad's
Never.
a cop. That doesn't work that way at all. You got to have what's known as David
Well,
or something like
You
that.
gotta
to
you
run
gotta
the
you gotta
tag
call
through.
it in. You gotta have somebody you can call it into.
Yeah,
and
they
if you
got
don't,
to run it through
I'm
David.
sorry, but
Yeah.
are you a police officer?
No.
are you?
Yeah, I'm certified. I went through my loader. I am a police officer.
See,
now,
you have the ability to call it in because you're law
I
enforcement.
don't have any ability to
But-
call it in. It's the agency that I work for. See, this
There you go, the agency.
Exactly.
Well, he's a
so this,
corrections
hold on.
officer, not actually
No, I'm not
law
a correction
enforcement.
officer. I'm a probation parole agent. There's a difference. See, this is what I'm saying right here. You're trying to tell me what I can and can't do, or what law enforcement can and cannot do, and you don't even understand what I do. You just think all law enforcement are able to do this. That's why you don't understand the process of how easy it is for somebody to find you with a simple tag. You don't have to have any type of special privilege.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you on that because I've never seen.
This is what I want you to do. If you don't believe me,
I've actually tried to run tag numbers before and I couldn't get nothing.
It's
just like typing in a cell phone number into Google. You can't get the person's name's not going to pop
get your
up 9
tag
times out
number,
of 10.
put your name on it, and Google it and see what pops up. You can do it right here.
I don't know what my tag number is. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, regardless, we're just out here recording.
Can we do it with yours?
It's
No,
legal.
I'm out here because I'm worried about you getting my tag number. I'm worried if you're calling in a threat. I'm worried if you're trying to do something. We are law enforcement. We get threats every day.
I'm worried that somebody's smoking pot out back. I smelt it.
Was it you?
No, I didn't go out back.
Where's out back?
When I was over there, I smelt it coming from the back.
No, well, the good thing was you wasn't on the property like you said, so it couldn't come from that other property over there.
No one's there. I looked.
You went in the building?
No, I looked through the window.
Oh, you was able to see it in there? You see in the bathroom that's in there?
It's called
You
the
can also
window.
see in the glasses in the closet that's in there?
Yeah, and I knocked.
There are actually
too.
3 rooms in that building, so you saw all of them?
Well, yeah, plus I knocked.
So if I was smoking weed, do you think I would come to the door when you knocked?
I mean, maybe. If it's medical, I don't know.
Maybe, but no. More than likely I wouldn't. If I was doing drugs, I wouldn't come.
Well, I mean, I'm not a drug user, so I wouldn't know what they're actions
Exactly.
are.
That's what I'm saying. Just like you're not a law enforcement officer, different thing. But you're here, yet you're trying to tell me how to do my job.
I didn't tell you how to do your job.
I'm sorry, you're trying to explain to me my job.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
All right. Just out of curiosity. There's more than 4. Okay.
There's
But
more
can,
than what?
Can you name 4 things
Oh,
that
there's
are
more than 4
covered
what?
under the First Amendment?
No. Yet you're trying to tell me how to do my job.
I didn't tell you how to do your job.
I'm sorry, you're trying to explain to me my job.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
All right. Just out of curiosity. There's more than 4. Okay.
There's
But
more
can,
than what?
can you name 4 things
Oh,
that
there's
are
more than 4
covered
what?
under the First Amendment?
No.
You can't name 4 things that are covered by the First Amendment?
Wouldn't even try.
It's a question I commonly ask for
Go ahead.
people that work in the public sector because I think it's very important. Constitutional rights of citizens. Yeah.
Right.
Can you name 2?
I wouldn't even try. Can't name 1. Wouldn't
Oh,
even,
you know freedom of speech. Come
I
on.
wouldn't even try.
You know freedom of
All of that
religion.
stuff is fake.
Wait, the Constitution's fake?
All that stuff is fake. It depends on who's saying it, when they're saying it, and who they're saying it to.
I disagree with that.
Oh,
There are countless people that have died giving their life to protect the
There are
Constitution.
countless people that are in prison for trying to do freedom of speech. Nobody's let them out yet. When the civil rights movement was going on and they were having freedom of speech, they're still locked up.
I've never heard
So how
anybody
do
say that the Constitution's fake. That's I think that's
Well, it's probably because you have a privilege that a lot of people don't get to have.
maybe in another country.
No, you have it right here. I mean, because think about it. You started spitting your privileges as soon as I walked up. And I asked you a simple question. I hadn't been aggressive at all. Not one.
Ain't those the same privileges you have?
No.
Oh, it's not?
No. I've had my privileges taken away plenty of time. Nothing's been done about it.
Well, was that because you didn't do anything about it? Because I litigate in court all the time, and my rights are upheld in court.
Well, yeah, your rights are. You're different than I am. So your rights may be held up in court.
How am I different? I'm a guy, you're a guy, you're a little bit bigger, but we're guys.
There are several differences between you and I. Let's start with the most obvious would be the skin color.
Oh, so because I'm white, I have a privilege that you don't have?
Did I say that or did you say that?
You just said it was skin color.
Yeah.
No, you asked me what the difference was. Go back and rewind your tape and look at it. You asked me what the difference was between us. So you didn't ask what the privilege was.
So, okay, so the privilege is because our skin color is different. I have the privilege and you don't.
Did I say that or did you say that?
I'm trying to clarify what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. You want me to answer your questions, you're not answering any of my questions.
No, okay. I mean, we could stand here and not answer questions all the
Yeah,
time.
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep getting tags, though, while you're not answering questions.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, though, for coming out.
No, you're welcome. are you now on the property?
No.
Step back for me a little bit. Thank you. There you go.
So wait, the parking lot, the parking spaces right here.
Mhm.
This asphalt. This is not.
From here where these lines start.
Is it not publicly accessible? If it's publicly accessible and anybody can come in right
actually,
there,
anybody
then
can't
I
come
can.
in.
Huh?
No, anybody can't come in because we make people leave all the time. If you're not on probation or you're not here representing somebody on probation or you don't work for the Mississippi Department of Corrections, you can be asked to leave at any time. Once on the property. But right here, you're not on the property, so you're free to leave.
I was down there a couple months ago.
Ah, the city?
Yeah, I go all over the United States.
That's nice. It's actually a nice place, isn't it?
Yeah, that whole area, Gulfport, Biloxi. I actually made the front page of the Biloxi newspaper.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
All good news, I hope, right?
Yeah, I was in their city hall recording. They loved it.
That's good. That's a great deal. Yo, do y'all have any questions? Anything you would like me to answer about this place that you're recording?
No, it's a DOC probation and parole department.
Right. That's all you need to know? You didn't want to know anything else?
Do you know how many people you service?
I was actually going to ask that exact same question.
What do you
I
mean,
literally.
Well, I say service, but you know how many?
How many people are supervising you?
Yeah.
How many probationers
And
do
I
you
know
have?
it fluctuates from month to month because again, I go to probation offices all over the country, so I know each month that some people
At any
come
time, we could be doing 4,000, between 4,000 and 5,500.
That's probably
That's a lot, isn't it?
that's
That
the
is a
most
lot.
I've actually ever heard of a probation parole officer.
Well, this is one of the busiest probation
And this is
officers.
DOC, so this is parole. And what kind of DOC probation is it?
What do you mean?
Is it just parole here then?
No, it's parole, probation,
It's all state though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know probation's like misdemeanor or felony. But
No, not here. We
No.
don't do misdemeanors. We only do felonies.
Okay,
Misdemeanor
so
is taken care of by the city.
okay, all right. Did you know that in some locations the Salvation Army handles misdemeanor probation? Did you know that?
You mean in different states?
Yeah, they contract with the city to handle
Every state is
probation.
different. Just like most states are certified law enforcement.
That's right.
And usually the sheriff department will take care of the probation parole agents.
Yeah.
But here in Mississippi, the probation parole are certified officers. We pretty much take care of the whole aspect of probation.
Let me ask you this:
PRS and housing.
they take good care of you money-wise, benefit-wise here in the state?
Some they do.
Some they don't, right?
Yeah.
It's like that everywhere.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing else.
It's that state retirement. That's what you work for. Is that state
Healthcare
retirement?
benefits are usually pretty good for state workers.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what level you're on.
Well, that's true. That's true. You know, it's just like when we were in school. If you're with the cool kids, you
Right.
get the cool stuff.
Is everywhere the same?
Yeah, if you're with the cool kids, you go to the parties and you get invited.
Right.
Yep.
If not, you
It's-
riding the bus, buddy. You ain't getting the
It's
ride.
pretty much the same everywhere.
That's right. It's
the
politics,
same
right?
everywhere. Politics.
And see, that's part of the reason why we're out here is because I think that the law should be equal to every man, regardless of who your daddy is, regardless of what job you have. You know what I mean?
And what you said about the Constitution not applying to all and all that, that's why we do this. It's because we want to ensure that Constitution is respected. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I swore a lifelong oath to protect and defend our Constitution, and it is the supreme ruling law of the land. The hierarchy goes Constitution, law, policy, and ordinance.
True.
And
like I said, it does not work for everybody, and not just of color.
but that's why we're here. I mean, that's why we advocate for it, is to ensure that doesn't get diminished.
Look at my buddy Big Nick, South Florida Accountability. He puts it on him.
Well,
Yeah, he does.
let me ask you this: when you're doing it, are you doing it for everybody, or are you doing it like, for instance, you have a lot of people that attack probation parole agents, or not even probation parole agents. They attack law enforcement because they feel that law enforcement is the problem.
No, I mean our goal is not to provoke law enforcement. Our goal is basically is to highlight the tyrants that come out. You know, the ones that are acting in ways that are abusing of power, that basically violate their own oaths of office, we highlight the good cops, the ones that do their job responsibly, the way that they're supposed to.
And
they get highlighted in a great way.
Violence. I don't advocate for any violence against any person, no matter their position.
Well, let me ask you, what do you consider a good cop? And the reason why I asked that,
a good cop is somebody that
takes their oath seriously.
That takes their oath seriously. That instead of just showing up on the scene, like, okay, for example, I was almost arrested yesterday, but I do these interactions for years now, like I said, all over the country. So if I'm standing out here on a public sidewalk where I'm allowed to be and I'm videotaping something I'm allowed to videotape, I don't expect the cop to roll up here and be like, what are you doing here? You got ID? Blah, blah, blah.
And you see, I never asked you any of those questions.
No, you've been pretty...
And I'm not trying to stop you from doing what you're doing.
No, you've been pretty cordial overall.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that, you know, a good officer realizes that, like we were saying, that everybody should be treated equally. You should, and what happens now is the mentality is that when they pull up, every citizen's a criminal, and I gotta make them prove that they're not guilty. You know what I mean? So they're like, "What are you doing here?" Instead
let's
of saying,
see ID.
That's one of my.
Yeah. The reason why I asked you this question is because I watch a lot of those things, and I see a lot of times fences. I was watching on Facebook a young lady, I think in Pearl, she got arrested. And
That's
all you
where I
hear
almost got arrested yesterday.
Yeah. Well, it was a young lady. She was on the ground, a black female, and the two officers were white, right? And the first thing you hear is, "Oh, y'all gonna get it now? Y'all being unnecessary. Y'all roughing her up. Y'all doing this." And believe me, I know different. We've all dealt with stuff like that. But she was struggling and fighting and doing all this. They didn't do anything to her but held her down and handcuffed her. But everybody, when you look in the comments and everybody that was around talking to her, all they was talking about is how forceful they were being with her. Not mentioning the way she was at.
Right.
So it's like people forget that police officers are here to protect.
Well, and just like that, you know, our goal is to educate, is to actually have a cool, calm, and collected discussion about it, and not to get
resist.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fact of the matter is, if you're going to jail, you're going to jail. Don't resist. Take it through the court system. You know what I mean?
That's true. But at the same time, and I don't mean to interrupt you, because it's scary for some people because the court system doesn't work the same for everybody.
And you're right there. It's just like the Cool Kids Club. But the deciding factor on all of that is if you know the law. Okay? Because if you know the law, then you can make the law work for you. The problem a lot of people have is they have no clue how the law works. And it works against them. Okay? There's two kinds of people in the world. Those that know the law and will use it to fuck the people who don't know the law. That's the only two people we have.
Okay.
So,
getting back to the question I asked you. First Amendment. Freedom of speech.
What about it?
Freedom of speech.
Okay.
Freedom of religion. Freedom of the press. And the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Also peacefully assemble.
Yep.
You know, and that's really there's five. But, you know, any one of those, everybody knows First Amendment freedom of speech. You know, just take it a little bit further. You know,
me myself personally, I've heard all those.
Yeah.
And the reason why I said no, I can't tell you because I've seen every last one of those broken in a law enforcement aspect.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree.
So
Yeah.
With the court system.
I agree.
With a lot.
Well, and that's what I say knowing the law is because, okay, so for example, here's a perfect example. I could stand out on the side of the road with a sign that says fuck, right? But if I had the sign that said, I will, you know, bump you in your butt, that's obscene language.
Yeah.
Okay, so the word by itself is free speech. But when you use it to describe a sexual act, then it becomes obscene language. So
when it's used as an emphasis word.
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
right.
they use the law to entrap us because, I mean, let's be real, the system doesn't run if everybody obeys the law, right? Then there's no money coming in, nobody has a job, you know, just the same thing with the police. If they were to arrest all the criminals, which is what their job is, then they would be out of a job, right? So it behooves them to not arrest all the criminals. Or my favorite one is the sentencing guidelines where somebody who's growing pot gets 50 years, but a rapist gets 6 years.
Yep.
And the reason they do that is because when you kick that rapist back out on the street, he's going to reoffend. And if you got people reoffending, well, then there's still crime. We still need to tax the citizens. Crime has been going down. You can look on the FBI database. Crime has been going down for the last 30 years.
Not here. Are you all from here?
I'm from Florida.
Are you from here?
About an hour away from here.
But I'm from Gary, Indiana, and
Okay.
I'm sure you know exactly what that place is about.
And the reason why I ask you this is because, to be honest with you, the train of thought of what you were saying is actually what the state of Mississippi has been doing. They've been doing that. I honestly don't agree with it. And I'll tell you why. If you've been here, if you watch Jackson, in the last 2 years, kind of skyrocketed.
Well, yeah, that's because, again, we're never going to get rid of crimes of passion, but we can't get rid of crimes of need. And right now, what a lot of it is people need money. You know, the economy's in the shitter. You know, they can't get good jobs, so they turn to a life of crime, selling drugs or whatever have you not. I guarantee you, and I know there's a high recidivism rate from ex-parolees going out, but I guarantee you, if we were to be able to give every prisoner that got out of jail a $70,000 to $100,000 a year job, I guarantee you.
I would like
because
that.
because
But you
the
see what I'm
way
saying?
the saddest part is, and I know this firsthand, the system is designed to put you back into the system. You get a felony, you know, all of a sudden your job opportunities get shot, your career path you may have been on gets shot, and
It's the same thing with child support. You owe child support, they take your license. Well, How are
Exactly.
you supposed to drive to work to make money to pay the child support?
you can't if you can't pay the child support, they put you in jail. How are you supposed to go and work if you're in jail for not paying your child support? That makes no sense.
I wish you all could work my job. Not to say that what you all are saying is wrong, because I can tell you my part of the story, the things that you've seen, you'd be like, no. And then if you can tell me your part of the story and the things that I've seen, I would be like, no.
Right, everybody's experience is different.
It's very different. And the reason why I say that is, I don't know if you all know, but you know, Jackson, this city, has the highest murder rate in the United States of America.
Oh, really?
I was told that before I came down here
It
today.
has the highest murder rate. There's a bill called, a law, 585. And if you watch from the day that law was released, and you watch the crime report, watch how far it went up. And that law specifically released more offenders out into the world than it does lock them up. We have
Name 4 things that are covered by the First Amendment.
wouldn't even try.
It's a question I commonly ask for
Go ahead.
people that work in the public sector because I think it's very important. Constitutional rights of citizens. Yeah. Can you name 2?
I wouldn't even try. Can't name one. Wouldn't
Oh,
even-
you know freedom of speech. Come
I
on.
wouldn't even try.
You know freedom of
All of that stuff is
religion.
fake.
Wait, the Constitution's fake?
But Jackson is going to be the most honest. It was released, and you watch the crime report. Watch how far it went up. And that law specifically released more offenders out into the world than it does lock them up. We have repeat offenders, and a lot of them is not because they can't get a job, because we have things in place where we're trying to help them. I'm not saying that it's 100%, but what I'm saying is a lot of these people are just reoffending just because that's what they know.
Right,
Prime example, you have the guy up in Memphis that I think went on like a 6-person shooting spree. I think he got out of it was like an attempted murder or aggravated. It was something serious that he got off in like a year's time. Got out, decided he was going to go out and just go open season on 6 different people across town. Yeah, it's
like you're saying, a lot of people get institutionalized. They don't know how to interact with the street anymore. They're more inclined to jail life. You know, they know that life. That's comfortable for them. You know?
Too. I want y'all to do me a favor. If you get a chance, this is all about Mississippi. I want you to look up the crime rate, maybe from 2015 to now, and then I want you to go look up Law 585 and look in detail what it does. And I want you to what I want you to do is look at the crime rate. You can probably look at the crime rate in most places, but Jackson is going to be the most honest about what's going on. So look at the crime rate, look at 585, and just look in detail what 585 does. And the reason why I actually do this, because just like you all, I do believe that people can do second chances.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you run into so many different people here, and so you see it so much. Right now, a big thing is mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's paying attention. Just
Yep.
today, we had a guy in there right now, bipolar, paranoid, schizophrenic. He's walking the streets. But instead of having him admitted or put him somewhere, they put him out here for us to deal with.
Yeah.
We have no resources to deal with a mental ill patient.
Yeah, I don't understand why they used to we had mental health hospitals. We don't have those no more.
It costs money.
Well, it costs money, but I mean, you know as well as I do that these politicians and stuff, they're living in gated communities, and they've got all their money for their pet projects. You know what I mean? But
Sir, I can sit down with you for hours. I'm probably gonna get fired
Yeah.
talking to you now. But if I'm just being honest, I just want you to look at this.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at that.
Hopefully something will change with it. But just look it up, and then just look at the crime. See if you can find a statistic. You can probably Google it and look at the crime rate in Jackson. Look at it just from about 2015, and just look how it went up. I'm not just talking about the murder rate, just crime and death. The murder rate has skyrocketed. Look at the murder rate and the crime, armed robberies. You can look up violent crime. Look up violent crimes and then go 585, law 585 for the state of Mississippi. And then just go in there and just look at the aspects and what it's doing. It's actually what you all are saying is actually doing that. Here's the thing: if you release people and you don't have a plan, or you're not putting things in place,
You're putting them right back in.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. It keeps the crime rate high, and it keeps the tax money flowing.
But
because they can't come to the citizens and say, hey man, we wiped out crime, but we're still going to tax you $20 million for law enforcement.
But crime is all about money, and at the end of the day, the state is standing to profit off of it. Put them back in. Big Brother's steadily making money.
When you look at how many, one person committing a crime, you're paying the police, you're paying the jailer, you're paying the judge, you're paying the prosecutor, you're paying the public defender. Then they get out and they're paying you. So that one person is paying for 20 people jobs.
And there's court fines.
Right.
There's
So why would you want to stop that? I mean, why would you want to? It's just like CPS. When CPS started, and I'm 48. I don't know how old you are, but when we were kids, man, we would ride our bike, man. We ride all the way down across the city, right? Mm-hmm. That wasn't a bad parent. But now today, if you let your kid play out in the park by themselves, oh, you're a bad parent. We gotta charge you. We gotta investigate you. See what happens is as they do their job correctly and get bad parents off the street, now they're in danger of losing their job. So let's come up with more conditions to make a person bad. So now there's more bad parents.
Well,
CPS shouldn't be growing. If you're doing your job right, just like drug enforcement, if you're doing the job right, getting the drugs off the street, there's going to be less drugs, right? Man, ever since the drug war started, ain't nothing but more drugs on the street. You know what I mean? You can buy crack a block from the White House.
It's sad. Get back to the CPS thing. If we fucked up when we were, back in your day, whenever you were growing up, fucked up as a kid, you got the belt, you got your ass blistered somehow. Now, if you even lift a finger, now you got to worry about CPS coming in, labeling you as a child abuser, taking your child out of the house, and then you don't see him again.
I was confused. Y'all saying CPS?
Child Protective Services.
Okay, it's DPS.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Other places call it DHS. I mean, it's different everywhere you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, listen, I know you're busy. We don't want to take up more of your time.
At least I hope that you got a different impression. You said before you've seen people that have come over there and they've done the wrong thing. At least you have now probably a different perspective. We're not. I mean, not everybody
that was the
does
point
things.
Of me coming over here. It wasn't to stop you or anything. It's just like I said. Honestly, that you all think I'm playing, but there are hits made from prison. There are cell phones inside of prisons. Mm-hmm. People can call now. There are drugs inside of prison. There are just as much drugs in the prison that there are on the streets.
Sure.
And the only time you get to see how much drugs is in the prison is when they've done something that's, we found all these drugs. What about all the drugs you didn't find? Why were we just seeing this for that money? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's why I would like people to get an understanding that there are people that should be locked up. And they should stay
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And they should stay there, like child rapists.
Yep.
There are people that they're letting out. They're letting them out. And as long as they know which neighborhoods or what city to stay in, they're going to stay out.
Right.
Now, I've seen people run around here and commit crimes all day long. and they would go to a certain part of the town, and they would shoplift. They got more time for shoplifting than they did for shooting into an occupied weapon. But again, gentlemen, just look at what you remember.
585.
585.
Yep.
585.
I got that camera. I won't forget.
Okay.
I'll look it up.
215.
What's your name?
Crook.
Crook?
Yes, that's actually my name.
I'm
Agent
George.
Crook.
I'm Matt.
How you doing, George?
Man,
Nice to meet you.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Crook. Nice to meet you there, Mr. George.
Yes, sir.
I pulled up at just the right time, didn't I?
Yeah, man. I was actually getting ready to bust out of here.
I started walking across the road and I saw him come out and walking your way. I was like, God, I got here just the right moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's funny is me and Eyes on the...
How you all doing today? Is there a reason?
All right, can you hear me? Yep, got it now. All right, sorry about the microphone. I had the wrong microphone added. That's why you couldn't hear me earlier. All right, that was the first audit of the day right there, the Mississippi Department of Corrections headquarters. So now we're gonna head on over to the second audit of the day, which is the United States Post Office.
Okay. Over here at the Jackson, Mississippi Post Office, Delta Station.
Activism News Network. We're independent journalists. We're just going by, looking at the public buildings that they.
Yeah.
The Postal Inspection Service put out a memo August 24th, telling you guys it was okay. Your postal inspector will know about it. It's also right here on your wall, Poster 7.
Poster 7, yeah.
Yeah, rules and regulations governing conduct on postal property.
Okay, so what you're here for now?
Oh, we're just here to gather some content for a
Yeah.
story.
Yeah, document the building, see how
That's
business is going, that sort of thing. We donate our time to the Postmaster General. We put these videos up, and that way they can see how the facilities are operating and everything, what it looks like, the conditions, the upkeep. Yeah.
Okay, who gave you permission though to come in with the camera?
Poster
the
7.
Postmaster General.
The
Yeah.
Postmaster General?
It's on Poster 7.
It's right
Are you
here.
familiar with your Poster 7?
It's right here.
So
I mean, the postmaster is welcome to come up here and talk to us,
you have to
but
go downtown to the postmaster that.
The- I mean, the postmaster is more than welcome to come up here, but
Postmaster at the main post office, you have to get permission.
no, ma'am, not according to Poster 7.
We already have permission, honey.
Is your postmaster here in the building?
She's on the phone.
I can talk to her if you want.
I mean, if she'd like to come up here and talk to us, that's perfectly fine. But I shouldn't have to go across town for that.
She's out delivering express.
I mean, we're gonna go to the downtown
She
post
said
office.
if you want to sit outside until she comes, sit outside the building, because you cannot have that in here until she comes.
But it's not up to her. We want-
Okay, Ann.
It's
we already
right
got
here.
permission.
It's literally right there.
You didn't leave it in the key.
Right at the bottom on the second paragraph, or the second column.
You can't be moving stuff around.
Photographs for news, advertising, or commercial purposes.
Yeah, it's a. Does she want? I can read it to her right here.
She don't want you to read, she just wants you to step outside. You step out in the lobby until she comes.
I would like the postmaster respectfully to uphold the rules and regulations of the post office. That's all I want.
Yeah, you finish doing your business. We're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, no. I'm sorry, you all. Okay, let me close the file. Supervisor.
115
You gotta change the address so you have to go to your,
I'm assuming she did, because this is my daughter's mail, it's not
okay.
mine. She said we could bring it down here, you see the key? Got it filled up.
I'm gonna buy a stamp. I need to,
Yeah, it's really hot. Man.
definitely gotta get a stamp.
This is cool. We got peanuts. We got Woody. There's a dark green
Okay,
one.
no,
That's
we
in
won't.
there, too.
Sir, if you're not gonna purchase those cars, you don't need to be taking them out of play.
I don't know if I'm gonna purchase them until I look at it.
That you got it.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no one she signs are.
Oh, the woman that was here yesterday, she said she was gonna look out for my mirror.
She don't work, here. She just comes on Tuesday to the meeting alone.
I was here on my own, because I spoke to her, you know,
What's your address? And I'll just call that in and,
3534 First Street.
3534. And you know over there, right?
No,
What's your
my
gas
gas
line?
on there. I'm sorry.
What's your last name?
Thatcher.
S-A-T-C-H-E-T.
SATCHER.
Okay. I'll speak with your carrier in the morning, 'cause they'll be
Yeah, I'll get
gone.
my number, so you don't want to do that. Sure. 651-961-9093.
Okay, so that she's always on call for this final agreement.
Thank you.
Can I get a stamp, please?
Sir, I'm so sorry, I don't have, I can't change the $20 bill.
Okay.
It's just that everybody been bringing large bills and I'm the only one.
Can I do tap to pay for?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Let's do that.
One stamp is 60 cents.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You too. Got my stamp.
Which kind did you get? The Purple Heart?
Purple Heart.
That's nice.
Okay, yeah.
That got upside down.
Yeah. I knew I had couldn't forget my stamp while I was in here. That's a very important thing right now to get those court files and stuff. Oh.
Some of these cards are nice. I get some really nice cards here.
They are, yeah.
I was thinking about
I've noticed every post office has nice little assortment.
usually they have gift cards too.
A lot of times they have like 3 of them.
Oh yeah, I mean they make extra money.
Yep,
Selling
yep.
it, so might as well. That's pretty cool. It's like origami thing. Sometimes it's hard to see these ones in back. Oh, that's cool. Opens up.
Oh, that is
flower.
cool, yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So, some of the same cards I see in the post office by my place, and other ones I don't. This flamingo is pretty nice. I guess we're waiting on that lady to give her a call back.
I mean, all we're asking is for them just to uphold their own rules. Read them. Know them. No excuse not to know them.
That's really cool, like wood carving.
It is.
Or maybe it's plaster. Could be plaster. Like a mold. Pluribus unum.
Pretty neat. I was just reminded I actually have papers to sign off for to get at the post office in Oxford. Too bad I can't pick them up here while I'm here.
It's hot in here. I'll wait out here for a little bit.
Yeah. It's nice and cool in here.
Yeah, it's a lot cooler in here.
A lot cooler. Up here you'll see a fine example of, they're always recording us, but it is a major issue if we record them. I'm a big fan of having your own record. I don't believe in leaving things only in somebody else's hands, subjective hands.
Hello.
Hey there, how are you?
All right.
Looks like they're ignoring customers in here.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot argue with Poster 7. To not even want to look at Poster 7 and you're a post office employee just screams ignorance, honestly. We try to point out the governing doctrine right here. That Poster 7. So, reminder right there. If you're on postal property, don't be caught with a gun. They're going to already violate your Second Amendment rights for being on post office property. Like crime discriminates. I believe that people exercising their constitutional rights to carry would keep the rest of society safe. Texas has it figured out. Hey dude, let me go get my drink out of the car. I can use that. pretty day today, though. You gotta admit, it's a pretty day outside. Beautiful over here in Jackson. Say it's about, what, about 70 degrees?
Yeah, somewhere close to that.
So, I'm gonna tell you, I think I'm gonna go ahead and recommend that if you're going to do this, one way that helps you out here at the post office is if you're actually there for business purposes other than just filming. If you buy a stamp, you certainly have the reason for coming up to the post office. And now you're just exercising the rights they have listed. So it's great to have Rogue Nation out here. I thought that was pretty interesting, getting here, just jumping right into the action over at MDOC, and then I'm outside trying to get my battery pack onto here, and I come inside and she's already fully engaging you. Like, what the hell are you doing in here? It's a flag. Yeah. Oh, that's, yeah. Yep.
Huh? It is. That flag beat up, they need a new one.
Yeah, see, here's my thing. If it's that important to them about this whole, not recording, if it's that important to the postmaster, why should we have to drive across town if it's that important, they should drive over here and try to make their case why it's that important, because I mean it's listed out right here on this page. But we have to assume that she's coming over.
Well, either that or she called.
Or she called the police. And either or.
Well, I'm not going to wait here all day.
I'm not going to wait here all day. Yeah. Yeah.
She either called the post inspector and they told her we're good, and she called back to this lady, or
Yep.
or she's on her way over, or whatever. But
Right.
you can only wait so long.
No. Yeah, definitely.
Why you not waiting your whole day and get through the files?
You know, the one thing about these audits that's so great, and I put this in a letter to the mayor of Coldwater, is it points out major deficiencies that this is giving you the opportunity to correct. It's naming it out and giving you the opportunity to correct so that you don't run into a big legal snag in the future. If this can save the city from costly lawsuits because it just puts some eyes, shed some light on some things, then that just helps you. So where else we got on the list after here?
There's a juvenile detention center down south,
Yeah.
and there's the post office downtown.
Right.
There's the airport.
Airport's good for, after 5 o'clock whenever everywhere else closes. What about city, or what about either the governor's building?
We got, the governor's mansion?
Not the governor's mansion, the Capitol
The state
down
house.
here. The state, yeah.
I mean, we can go there, but I usually don't have any problems when I go to state
Yeah.
houses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
True.
I mean, there's used to, tourists all the time coming in and taking pictures.
Well, as a journalist, there are questions that I would love to ask both the governor as well as the attorney general. I think both of them at this point have questions that need to have answers, and all that's happened has been obstruct, put off, refuse to even look at. What just happened in there is a prime example of what's happening down here with the governor and the state attorney general. You try to tell them, hey, look, it's right here. This allows you. You try to go to them with the issues that I've had. If what I'm saying is true, and they know this, if what I'm saying is true, and I have the evidence of it, then them going after it, them investigating it, means it's going to cost the state a lot of money because the lawsuits. So they're protecting a golden goose egg right there. They have effectively defeated the due course of justice in multiple courts, and it's set a horrible precedence. If this stuff is not immediately dealt with, I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I swore a lifelong oath to protect and defend our Constitution. That oath never expires. No matter when I got out, the oath doesn't say it's only good for the time, that you're in the service. You swear that for life, basically, because you could give your life while you're in the military. You know, following their orders. If the state can literally turn the gun on one of its own citizens
That does all the time.
that pledged a lifelong oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, what can it do to anybody else? If it can do that to someone that made that pledge, it sets bad precedents. It doesn't need to be allowed. It needs to be stomped out immediately.
Well, I mean, that's a bigger fight than we can take.
It's a lot bigger fight than we can take on. I agree. But still, it's like there should be questions that should be accounted for. Just kicking the can down the road and ignoring it and acting like the calls aren't coming, aren't being made, the reports of it aren't being done. They're basically ignoring it and just gaffing it off. So as a journalist, I would love to be outside when they walk out as a journalist and try to press in, because I believe that doesn't add up. Something right there, we're out to point out the corruption.
But you know how they do it, right? The underground garage, like you never see the government. Even if they were there and we were able to ask that question, they still wouldn't answer.
Yeah. Of course. They'll always deflect it to somebody else.
Oh yeah. You must have talked to my secretary. I never got the message.
Right. Hey, move around. Watch this thing how it follows you. It's badass, dude. Like I locked it on. It's actually, I think you maxed it out on that direction. So walk back that way. And there we go.
Oh yeah.
So you're on camera, man.
Yeah, boy.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
Check it out.
Did you find out anything yet?
No, she's gonna call the lady back now.
Okay.
I told her she can call the local postal inspector.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we found out from our postmaster that you're right. Postage staffing does exist, and it does cover.
She's on her way.
All right.
What does that mean? Is that like 20 more minutes or?
You know, a few minutes. She can step out of the house. She's on her way.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
No, not you, ma'am. She can help you.
Yes, you know how to step
Yeah,
aside.
you can help. She can help you. All right. Well, I'm gonna wait for a minute.
All right.
This is the lobby, man.
Here, now you hear the talk.
Okay. Well, I'll step out until she gets here, but we're allowed in here. We're allowed to be in here, even with customers.
That's right. Ignorance is not an excuse. Whenever it's your own policy, post office. It's your own policy, but you got to call a postmaster down here just to look at your own policy. Shame on you. Shame on you. So where we're at, this is actually I guess this is the better part of Jackson, you could say, compared to where we've driven through on the way out here.
I mean, you can still tell it's poor as heck, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Look at these cobwebs up there, dude.
exactly.
Those things have been here for years. Those guys are paying rent up there.
So
I mean, that ain't for Halloween. That shit's been up there for a couple of years.
I'll tell you another thing that I'm shocked at is the fact that they really don't have a second entrance further down than the first. Is that not a fire code violation to not have basically two different exits?
I mean,
I thought most post offices I go to have a side door right down the hallway.
well, yeah, if it's big enough, but I mean, I've been in post offices that would fit inside that lobby in there,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So,
I have two.
so
Yeah.
it's not mandatory that they have two entrances.
Right.
So it goes all by square footage and all that stuff. I'm sure they're up to fire code on that.
Yeah. I've only seen one video. I think it was maybe the Amagansett Press.
Mm-hmm.
But they actually went and they permanently fixed the deadbolt on one of the doors. So they started pitching a fit because they were in the lobby filming, and they called the police. Well, Amagansett Press calls the fire marshal. Now it makes it another reason for being up there on the property because they don't have, they're not in compliance with the fire code.
That's funny.
It was hilarious because, and I think if I remember correctly, the fire marshal didn't even show up. He was out of town or something and didn't want to waste his time. But you ever see Amagansett?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I used to watch a lot of his stuff.
Hi there. Yes, ma'am. We tried to. We were just simply trying to get y'all to enforce your poster 7. The employee wouldn't even look at poster 7 where we were actually pointing out. And to be honest with you, are you familiar with poster 7?
Well, the manager will be here in a minute.
Okay.
But
We thought you were the manager.
no, I'm the supervisor.
You're the supervisor.
Well,
Yeah.
the
What about the postmaster?
poster 7
The
is right on
postmaster
wall.
is downtown.
Okay.
Each post office doesn't have their own postmaster?
We have a manager here, but each post office in Jackson is up under one postmaster.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, August 24th, the United States Postal Inspection Service did a mandatory stand-up talk about filming in post offices.
Right.
Oh, so you got that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you know that it says that we're allowed to be in the lobbies and record and to leave us alone, and only if we're interrupting business by like standing in the doorway or trying to get personal information, that sort of stuff, that we're pretty much to be left alone.
And I actually bought a stamp. I came in here with a
Yeah,
purpose,
it's
and
part of federal law. It's right on your wall. It's on there.
So who did y'all say send?
Huh?
Who sent y'all? Y'all got it.
we're independent investigative
Oh,
journalists.
the journalist.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're actually down here. We've got reports of public, spouts of public corruption,
Not
corruption
here, not here.
among business. Not here specifically. We were just coming over here because this was, we were over here in the area and we wanted to document your.
But usually when somebody comes, we have to report it to the postmaster. That
Yeah,
know that someone is here.
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Right. I mean, y'all are free to report that we're here. Yeah.
They should have got that same stand-up talk. And the problem is because, and I've been doing post offices for years, and the problem is that we were coming around and filming, and people didn't realize that we were able to, and they were calling the police and making a big to-do out of it. And that's why they put that memo out. They said, they did 500 videos last year, 450 this year, that we've done.
Oh, this is the manager here.
Oh, okay, great. Hey, how you doing, hon? We're just explaining
Hi
this
there.
lady. The Postal Inspection Service just put out a mandatory stand-up talk August 24th this year about filming in the post office. But even besides that, on your poster 7 right there on your wall, the rules and regulations of the post office, it says that we're allowed to take pictures in the lobbies and foyers and corridors of the post office, as long as we're not obstructing any business, blocking the door, or as long as we're not getting any personal information. Like they don't want us, on the counter while somebody's putting in their credit card. You know what I mean? But that's common sense.
Yeah, we would never film.
I understand. Y'all post employees?
No.
No, we're independent journalists.
Yeah.
Hold on. You just
are you-
have to understand we have no precedent for this.
Right, it's
You know?
unusual. It's the first time it's happened.
All we're asking is for y'all to uphold your own policy on poster 7. That's why it's there. It's
right on the wall. It's actually
So you're
mandatory.
independent journalist? What
Yes, ma'am.
company
On
do you
the,
work
if you
for?
look at,
I work for Activism News Network, is the media company.
and in America, we have freedom of the press. So to be honest with you, you don't even have to have a news company. So long as you're gathering news and disseminating news to the public, you're considered
This is true.
press.
Yeah. But it's right there on your wall, right next to that PC poster.
Postmaster.
Yeah.
Don't lock me off.
Yeah, and the postal inspector, he'll definitely know, because the postal inspector, as you know, he handles the laws of the post office.
Right.
Right. So if there's any confusion, you can always talk to them. They'll be able to clear it up.
How you doing?
I mean, I don't think that's asking too much. Let's call it what it is. Let's just read the poster. Why is it such a big issue to read the poster? It's clear that the supervisors and the postmasters refuse to even learn about their own policies. That is the level they're fighting this. We need to call somebody. Just please read it. Do you know what it is?
Well, even when they read it, they misinterpret it. So it almost never helps, because on the poster 7 it says, unless directed by authorized representative.
Right.
They all think they're authorized.
Right.
So I mean, reading it really doesn't help. In
No.
very few instances, it has helped, but most likely they're just like, well, it says right here, I can tell you to leave, blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, it's only if I've done something else, like disorderly conduct or obstructed, business or.
Yep.
Law's hard for people. Thinking's hard for people, so they
It is.
just go the easy route and be done with it.
You know what? I forgot to get those. Forgot to put those glasses on. The ones you had last time.
Oh yeah.
I love those. Love them. That guy had a big WTF moment when he came outside and just saw you with got the hang down mustache. It was like a mustache hanging down. Yeah.
They didn't go inside the facility. They did take pictures of the lobby in the retail area. No, ma'am, I just got your number from the postmaster. Okay. Well, do you guys have, what's the name of your company again?
No, we don't have press passes because honestly, one doesn't exist. Nobody. I mean, we can make our own, but
And I have made my own, but
yeah.
I'm with Activism News Network. But in America, any citizen can be a journalist if they disseminate the information to the public.
To the public, gather news and disseminate it to the public. That's right.
No. Yeah, it's fine.
No, we've been we've been very.
Okay, I just need to verify it, because like I said, we didn't have this at this office before. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. And you gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Get your soda. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Do one more. Through here, tell this young lady thank you for
Oh yeah.
being so kind. Ma'am, thank you. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay?
And right now they're wondering exactly why did that just happen? Like what just really went on over here? It's education, folks. It's not. We weren't there to try to be a dick or anything. It's their rule. The employee wouldn't
Okay.
even look at
All right. So that
poster
was the
7,
second audit
where we
right
were
there.
actually pointing
we,
out. And,
Oh,
to be honest with you, are you familiar with poster 7?
Well, the manager will be here in a minute.
this right here is the third audit.
This is prison now. This is prison now.
Yeah, this is a public right of way.
I know, but this is a prison.
We're on a public right of way.
Y'all go on that side.
No,
This is public property.
I know what this is. I'm just telling you, y'all can't be in front of the prison. Camera.
I can be in front of it over there. What
I said you can be over there. I know what I just said.
Well, what's the difference?
This is a prison.
This right here is a public right of way.
I know that.
Can you call
I'm
your
just
supervisor?
I'm just telling you what I was told to tell y'all if y'all come on this side of the road with the camera, like the news media when they come out here.
Yeah.
They got to be over there. They can't come over here.
You call your supervisor?
They have to be over there.
But
You call your supervisor?
You have to walk this way. You have to walk with traffic coming towards us. That's the law. We can't walk on that side because traffic is...
Listen what I'm saying. When the news media come out here, when they carry, they got to be on that side of the road, over there, or somewhere on that side of the road. They can't come on this side of the road.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see some policy.
Well, we're independent.
I'd like to see the law, any kind of policy, because right here is a public easement.
I'm just telling you.
It's a public.
It's a public right of way. Call your supervisor.
We're allowed to walk down the road, and if we're allowed to walk down it, we're allowed to stand or use a camera or.
Can I get your name and badge number?
I have a kazoo. Can I use a kazoo?
I'm going to tell you what. You can't do it in front of the prison with the camera. You got to get on that side of the road.
No. If you want to call the police, you can call them.
Yeah, it's got a ditch there, so I mean, really can't walk over there. I'd end up falling in the ditch. See the ditch?
Yeah.
The ditch right there.
I know it's.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big ditch, man. I don't
Hey, let's keep walking.
Y'all to film on this side of the road.
Taking a lovely stroll with dust,
They gonna say why y'all not here.
Oh, we were gonna take pictures.
Y'all can't take pictures of the crib, not that right.
Says what
I
law?
don't think it matters what side of the road. If we can take them over there, we can definitely take them from over here. That's only
We did the crib, we ain't the law.
right. That's only 20 or 30 feet. Not gonna
Well, now without us at saying this and if they come along and say it, y'all gonna respect them, all right?
What's that?
If they
If
come
the
say,
law
"Y'all
can
come
show, if they
through,"
can show an actual law where we can't be on the public easement, then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But here's what's going to happen.
Break the law.
At the end of the day, we're journalists and we're activists, and if the law pulls up and they order us to leave out of fear of arrest, if we don't, we'll leave because then we have standing to challenge that policy or whatever y'all call it. Hey, you want to keep walking on down?
why
I've
y'all?
never actually.
Man, ask y'all this good question. I'm very expecting situation. First of all, it ain't my Prius.
Right.
Why y'all ain't come doing business hours like when the superintendent and commissioner?
Because we were busy auditing everywhere else.
We've been
Yeah.
everywhere
But
today.
y'all ain't came before 5. All this could have been. You know
Can't
what
make
I
it
mean?
everywhere in the day.
Handle it like, you get what I mean?
Yeah.
On a more higher rank than our tip.
Yeah.
Not after they leave. They just feel strange.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Now we're going to be going like not arguing, but instead of going in the same circle
Right.
by something, we can only tell y'all what they tell us.
I
But
think he's getting in touch with
but yeah,
superior.
he called them, but they gone. They got to come back out here to tell you. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
He can tell you on the phone that we're all right.
Yeah.
they call
Yeah.
them.
He'll be fine.
It's strange how we got policy we got to go by too. We went under the oath to take this job.
That's right.
Let's be honest, just like y'all do what y'all do.
Yep.
It's rules to what y'all do.
Absolutely.
Not knocking
And
it.
I'll tell you, I've done a lot of video in the prisons. That's how
You
I know
probably
that.
friend with me now.
Yeah. So
Talking to you. They just show you how stuff goes.
I mean, I
Why you friend with
I
me
film
though?
all the time,
Why
and it's
you friend with
for
what
my
we
own
talk
safety.
about?
For my own safety.
no, it's any person that works for the government we film, along with any facility owned by the government we film, and that's just to keep an eye on the government. That's just to make sure that they're treating you right, they're treating the inmates right, that sort of thing.
Y'all have some paperwork to come out here.
No. Freedom of press.
Yeah.
Freedom of press.
You have freedom of press, but you in front of a prison.
We're over here actually on the
You in front
easement.
of a prison.
We're on the easement of the
You
road,
cannot-
of the highway.
Like you cannot
Or the right of way, yeah.
You know that, right? It's against the law to film a prison, right?
Oh, is it?
What law? You can't trespass the eyes.
I filmed over 50 prisons in my career.
Why do y'all build it in the public site if the public can't see it or film it?
My supervisor be out here in a minute talking.
Okay. All right, we'll be happy to talk with them.
I mean, it's a pretty stupid argument to have with us because we know what we're talking about.
No, you don't.
We do this for work.
Yeah.
I do this for work. 4 years, all over the country. Yeah.
Can I get your name and badge number since you made contact with us?
My supervisor be out here in a minute.
Where is it? So no name and badge number? At the end of the day, I can assure you, whether you
It's
supervise
nice with the dusky hue, you know what I mean? Like, hey, Halloween, I like it. Even looks spooky how they wrote Mississippi Correctional Institution. Doesn't that look spooky?
That does.
It does.
Looks like Halloween out here. Feels like it.
It's a little chill in here.
Right in front of prison, you not supposed to be filming this prison.
Like I said, if y'all didn't build it where the public could see,
We've actually already stopped by and talked with the chief of police in Pearl just not even 30 minutes ago.
it's kind of an awkward situation that y'all build it out in the sight of the public if you don't want anybody recording it.
And this is Central Mississippi Correctional Facility. So we'll have to get to the address here, but it's right off the main drag here. Pretty pretty well trafficked.
Apparently the phone number is
I've seen a lot of now over here they have the driver's license here. And if I believe correctly, also some law enforcement centers over this way. Mississippi Law Enforcement Centers.
Good, how you doing? It's a safety issue to walk on the other side of the road. That's walking right here.
I just told them they can't be over here on this side of the road.
It's a right away.
Public right away.
So they are allowed 3 feet of public right away from the road. That is state law, because that belongs to anyone that needs it. But if they over that more than that 3 feet, then they're onto the facility grounds, which they're not allowed on the facility grounds.
And it's not illegal to film the prison.
No. As long as they're not on actual facility grounds, they can do that 3 foot of right away or from across the road.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your professionalism. That, ladies and gentlemen, is called the Walk of Shame.
He was so sure.
Oh, shoot.
Everybody comes up and greet us, and then somebody's getting in their car now to come down here. I think they saw us. I'd be careful in the road there.
Yeah.
You're off the curb. Gonna fall. Your tripod.
What's that? Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, there's somebody walking.
Everybody's getting ready to head home.
Must be shift change right now. That's what I would say. Rogue Nation. Make sure you subscribe to both channels. Got Rogue Nation behind the camera right now. And subscribe to Lafayette County Audit. Here soon, it's going to change to a different name. I'm not going to release that yet, but it's coming real quick. And there will be a new channel set up. So how far away is the Rankin County Jail? I've always heard of the Rankin County Jail. It's where people go for processing right out of county jail whenever they're going to prison. They go there for classification and processing. Where is that?
I didn't buy the ranch the other day.
They didn't do nothing?
Had a lobby full of female inmates too.
Yeah. Oh, and if you look over to the right up there on that pole, once again, another friendly reminder that they're always recording us.
No tag on that damn car.
Oh. Well, then we can only hope, one could only hope that she was not a hypocrite to call law enforcement and not even have a tag on the back of her car. So another friendly reminder, they're always recording us. There's no expectation of privacy out in public, folks. Everywhere you go, there's going to be video cameras on the wall. So why is the demonization put on somebody with a camera phone? I'll never know. And I have not been auditing that long, okay? But I'm going to give you another tip that I think is probably a pretty good rule of thumb. If you're going to smoke out there where you're auditing, don't give them a reason to fuck with you by throwing cigarette butts on the ground. Probably want to keep up with them.
I was actually almost cited for smoking on a public sidewalk in Mobile. I was cited. They gave me a ticket for it.
Really?
They gave me a ticket, ID'd me, put me in cuffs, had me in the back of the car for a minute. Right by the FBI building.
Really?
In Mobile, yep.
Yeah, that was another place I went right before everything happened back in June. I did the City Hall, went to the U.S. Attorney's office, and I went to the FBI parking lot. Walked around the FBI parking lot.
Dinged up on the back right side.
Mine was the same way.
That guy in the truck, I think he was the one sitting over in this parking lot.
Yeah.
I think he's coming in to tell on us.
So, tell me how that works. That's 360, right?
Yeah.
How does it shoot on the side?
It's a fisheye lens. It's got so many degrees of, you know what I mean?
So it's like 270 and 270, like it's
right, and then it stitches them together.
That's neat.
Yeah, I've been using them ever since I started auditing.
So you never miss any kind of moment. You're going to capture everything.
Yep.
How much are they?
That one was $175. The first one I bought was like $80, but I think they stopped making those.
Do you?
I still have that one, but it's on my other rig that the cops confiscated with my other camera.
Right. Did you order that off of Amazon or what?
Yeah.
Amazon? Can't even see.
And this comes with like a watch that you can like record or whatever from the watch. Like remote, whatever.
That's pretty neat, yeah. That's definitely, that's a must-have. If you're gonna audit, that's a good investment right there.
Yeah.
Just because of all the angles, you don't have to worry about like holding it and looking awkward, you know, because everywhere in the room is going to get covered. You go up a little closer? I don't think it's, well, yeah, they know we're down here.
No trespassing sign right there.
Oh, you're right. I would have seen that walking up. I wasn't even paying attention to it out here. So we'll stay back here just for good keep.
Yeah, we're right in line here with the public easement, public right of way.
Yep. That guy in the white shirt, I think he's security.
Give them a couple more minutes if no one pops out.
Then they passed. Yeah. We give them a pass.
I don't like to hang out too long.
And it starts getting a little sketchy. Yeah, I mean, that's how I grade my audits. If I walk in there, if I walk somewhere and nobody engages with me, try to tell me that I can't be there. For one, I'm going to get bored with it, and for two, that's what you want at the end of the day. You want them to know that it's okay. And when I was in DeSoto County yesterday, I didn't have the first confrontation, the first engagement, until I got to the last place, which is the library. And even then, it was a manager, a new manager that didn't know if it was allowed or not. Tried to tell her that they had a sign out front that said that pictures and video taken can be used for promotional purposes.
Even his is got a little scratch on the back.
Yeah. Yeah, I say they had I say we give them a pass and move it on to the next place. What do you say?
Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, so that was the fourth one. Wasn't much on the fourth one. Just a little bit of we conversed a little bit. The fourth one, and I might have gotten this one out of order. This one may have actually come before the Rankin County Prison, and in fact, I asked in this last one about the Rankin County Jail. That was actually the one right before. Did not know that was Rankin County until later. And the odd thing about that was it wasn't but a couple of months after doing this audit that they sent me there for a probation violation. So, talk about being in a unfriendly environment. Here's the fourth stop.
And if you fill this out and you make a false statement, you'll be arrested. You understand? Okay. Well, I'm just saying, if you make a false statement. Okay. All right, well, I'm sorry you had a bad night. We're not racist.
How you gonna see it? I mean, you can't see the fix.
We're not racist.
You're standing just like you stand here. How you gonna see that if you don't care? You can't see it in the dark. He did. On purpose. And then he sped off and ran.
What kind of car you got? A little white one? A white one? Okay. All right, well, I'll walk through here, everyone. We got your contact number on here, everyone? Your phone number?
0817, is that right? I'll give you a call tomorrow, okay? I'm located 81st. And you are 50, okay? I'll be calling from police department. Now, it should be 99,000. All right? Okay. Man, you look good on camera.
Thank you.
Hey, man, what's going on?
How do I get over there?
Hey, good. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna be the news.
So we're independent journalists. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing? Hey, man. No, actually, just trying to get in there. Just checking out the publicly accessible areas of the building. I'm an independent journalist.
Only problem you can security areas at night.
Okay.
You can go in the lobby. This is secured because for the safety of the dispatchers.
Sure.
So what they do is let one person in at a time.
Got you.
You can feel through the window.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, I got you.
This is for like this gentleman here. Are y'all together?
No. I'm separate. I'm here.
Oh, you the chief?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dean Scott, how you doing?
It's what?
Dean Scott.
Dean Scott?
Yeah.
I'm Matt.
Give me just a minute.
Yeah, I'm here to
File a complaint?
Yes.
Okay. How about
You do a lot of working out, don't you, Chief?
I try to. Come on in, sir. You come in too.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
How you doing, man?
Good. You the chief?
Yeah, I told him. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought y'all wanted to see a supervisor. Is that right?
Yeah.
You just say.
I didn't, and Chief, I didn't know. I thought this might have been publicly accessible, and you
Yeah.
told me to come on in. So.
Yeah, it's public here, but
I got you.
you got to file a complaint.
Yes,
So
sir.
I don't want to.
Yes, sir. And I don't want to interrupt that.
We can go in the
Yeah.
lobby area. We can call whatever you like to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Say again, sir.
I don't know if you got any environmental like this today, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Well, unfortunately, my secretary and her.
Okay, say again.
Can we come with me? Okay.
Stolen.
I'll have stolen cars. So I got it.
Right.
So it's usually feels me. She'll hope it's due back tomorrow. And what I would ask, they're here for legal purposes.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't film them, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
I can actually put this
And-
in.
Anything behind that door, secured area,
Yeah.
any open areas, you're more than welcome.
And my rule of thumb, I generally don't film people unless they engage with me. they engage with me.
All right, well, we're not here to give them the spiel on what.
No.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I know.
But what I wanted to talk to you about was
Sure.
there was an incident yesterday.
Okay.
I
I heard something about it, but I didn't. I was actually out having to have a doctor's appointment myself, so I caught the tail end of some stuff.
absolutely.
And I will tell you this. Probably wouldn't handle right. I know you're feeling. I don't care.
Yeah.
Younger guys make mistakes. I don't have any problem with public area stuff. The DHS, if they don't want you on the property.
And I've taken that up with them.
Right.
I know that's.
That's their fight, not ours.
Right.
My understanding with it, with my 30 years, as long as you don't attempt to impede the doorway with vehicle yourself or an object, you're good to go.
And as long as it's not getting personal information.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's the city parking lot. Man, you sit out there all day and feel birds. I don't care.
Right. Now,
I don't think, you don't strike me as a type that's trying to impede on anybody's right.
No, we really don't.
And what?
Y'all been nothing nice to me.
So they came in and they didn't understand, obviously, the public areas and stuff like that. And again, DHS wanted us out. And even if that would have been fine. But
maybe a little, I hope you would chalk it up as a little overzealous.
Well,
I get it.
I would like to say that, but I told the lieutenant yesterday, he had stopped by for just a couple of minutes during the interaction, and he says, well, when I was there, said they were very, he said they were very respectful to you. I said, please watch the body cam.
Yeah.
And,
well, I will.
Yeah, and I told him I go all over the country.
Yeah.
I probably had more interactions with law enforcement officers than most citizens will ever have in their life. Because the job I do, it naturally brings us together.
What else, journalists?
Yeah.
Citizen journalists, yeah.
And I've been doing it 4 years, and I've been over to 1,000 government buildings, literally over 1,000. So I've had a lot of interactions, and I told them quite literally that these gentlemen were possibly the most unprofessional law enforcement officers I've ever come across.
It's my job as chief. I have to take a look at that.
Absolutely, and we don't even have to focus on that. I know you'll take a look at it. And you'll make a decision based on that. But the reason that we're here tonight is because we're working in the area again tonight. Not public buildings, obviously, but they're closed. But I just wanted to, and I should have did this yesterday. I should have come by because I brought them the law.
In the afternoon.
I actually brought them the law, and I showed the law to them. Yeah, the International Chiefs Association, all that stuff. So I just wanted to come by because, again, I don't want to go to jail for doing what I'm allowed to do. You know what I mean?
I know that.
And one of the big issues we have a lot of times is public right-of-ways next to the street.
We have that too. Don't feel bad.
Yeah. So,
we deal with that. That's my yard till it hits concrete.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. So I tell people if I'm on the side of the road, it's a public right-of-way. I'm allowed to stand here and video. A lot of people think their property goes to the road, and it doesn't. So I just wanted to.
But it's a lot easier to stand on the pavement than have to deal with that.
Right. If they have a sidewalk.
Turn it into,
If they have a
and
sidewalk.
unfortunately, we're not a sidewalk community.
Right. And the same thing in Alabama, because I do a lot of work in Alabama.
Yeah.
So
it's just considered more rural, and we've had people actually petition for sidewalks. You're not going to get sidewalks with 3 people's name on it.
Yes.
Right. Okay. All I wanted to do is come by.
But as you see, our roadway is heavily traveled. You'll see the pass on the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially on Brandon. So
exactly.
There's a lot of walking goes on. So I don't think anybody would give you any problem.
Okay. I just wanted to come by, because again, I'm not out here to cause trouble, and I don't want.
And you've been nothing nice to me.
Yeah, I don't want to get all hemmed up over a legal constitutional.
You won't do this. Do me a favor. If something happens, to save yourself some grief, and probably me, tell them you already came by and talked to me. And that if there's an issue that you already let me know what y'all are doing,
right.
And you don't want any problems, and if you would, please call me to verify.
Absolutely.
Hey, Chief, I appreciate it.
That's more than fair.
Exactly.
And I haven't released the video of yesterday, but it will be released this weekend.
That's fine.
I'll tell people not to call, but when citizens see this kind of behavior, okay, they redress their government. I'm not like, call these guys and bitch them out, you know what I mean? But and I feel the same way when I see a video and I get upset. I tend to call and be like, "What are you guys doing?" And he was, So you seem very cordial and very nice, and I have no issue. I believe that you're going to see this video and you're going to take appropriate action because they were just sarcastic and snotty and rude and it was terrible.
As you know, a lot of times you deal with stuff. it's state facilities that offer free services. You don't really know what you're dealing with.
Right.
You know,
Right. And I tried to explain. I said, hey,
I get it.
Here's the law, you know.
and to be honest with you, you know, to be fair, across the board, I don't know what call they just left. I don't know what they had just dealt with.
Right. Everything's a factor.
You don't
Everything's
ever
a
know.
factor. And that's why I tried to be as cordial as possible.
And that's why, you know, that's why sometimes you got to take that 2 seconds to breathe.
I mean, the elder wife could have died last week. I have no clue.
Well, you know, I'll be honest with you. I've had a situation last week that was very close to that, and nobody knew.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. You don't know what people
And something was brought to my attention, and I asked, and you know, he broke down in my office,
Yeah.
and nobody knew.
Right.
So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and I work in the service industry. You know,
Right.
serving and
You never
bartending.
know.
You never know what's going on in a
Right.
person's life. So you treat that
And that's what I
person-
tell people. I'm a bartender. Don't get tips. I listen to everybody's problem.
There you go.
And see, you know, for me personally, like my goal is not to have confrontation with people. My goal at the end of the day, if I can help a city avoid a costly lawsuit in the
Yeah.
future by pointing out things that
Well,
need
I
to be
think
fixed.
if the way y'all approaching it with the information and knowledge, I don't see any problem with that. I think.
We're gonna get out of your head.
Yeah, no
You're a
problem.
busy
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just into my day.
Yes, sir.
I hope that made a little. I hope the day was better than yesterday.
It has been so
It has,
far.
it has,
We
yeah.
were over in Jackson today, so they were a lot more, you know, pleasant.
So do that for me. Like I said, if somebody questions and they do call us,
Yeah.
just say, hey, I already went by at 6 o'clock, talked to the chief, he was still there. He gave me a card, told him what we're going to be doing. If you would, just if you want to call and verify, please do it. And they'll get you a call.
And listen, I'm from Florida. I don't drive 8 hours to break the law. I can do that at home. You know? So
What brought y'all here? Just doing it?
Yeah, I go, like I said, I go all over the country. I've covered Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, been in Tennessee, been in Nevada, I've been in California, Chicago, New York.
Well, do YouTube,
I do
Facebook.
YouTube, I do Facebook, I have my own media company that's on Roku, Fire Stick, Android
Okay.
TV, Android phone. So,
Streaming type stuff.
exactly. So, all right.
Making any money at it?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
All
But
right, bro. Y'all be
There's
careful.
got to be checks and balances in the
There you
government.
go. There you go.
Transparency,
Y'all need
accountability.
something.
Thank you,
If
Chief.
run or something, just give me a call.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, this time I think I'm gonna go without the tripod. I think that's just a little bit too much every time. Yep. Lafayette. Lafayette County Audit.
Say Lafayette. Lafayette.
Came down, had to join Rogue Nation for the day. And it has been some good stuff. We've had some good interaction so far. Lots of education. No confrontations. Handled it very Hey.
Good. Where do we put our stuff? All the our batteries, we might have another little
This is what they call it. Yes, sir. The only thing I'm listening to. Get in their camera right now. This there.
Oh.
Hey, Mark, we're here at the Hines County Department of Human Services, and they're saying that we can't go in the publicly accessible area. So I don't know if you need to call and clarify with them. He's telling me I can't go down this hallway that's obviously open to the public. So I can't go upstairs, which is obviously open to the public. He said I have to stay in this little area right here in the front. But again, we know that the area is not closed to the public. There's no signage. So we're at the Hines County Department of Human Resources. So when you or Human Services, I'm sorry. So when you get this message, just go ahead and give them a call and let them know we're good to go. Thanks, bud. Hopefully he'll get that in a minute or two, and then we'll be on our way.
Oh, yeah. Who'd you call?
I was down at the State Department of Human Services today, and a guy named Mark Jones, he's the Director of Communications for the state.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. That's
Look, they've got artwork on the wall up there. We want to get pictures of that.
so. This is a hallway that we can't go down.
No, sir. I've been instructed.
Who instructed you? Do you know that?
The person that runs this building.
Well, can we talk to them?
Yeah. That seems only fair.
Yeah, that's only fair. If,
I would say and honestly, if I were you, I would want that because like they've got you in just an awkward spot of just standing there blocking the hallway.
If we need to come back over here to get in touch with them, let's do that.
okay,
Yeah.
that'll be fine.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah.
Come on, something.
See, now that's a restricted area back there. See the signage on the.
Yeah, it's got the sign right there, but the fact that doesn't have a sign, I mean, my question is, if I didn't have this camera, would I be able to walk down that hallway? Because if the answer is yes, then, it's a violation to not let me go down the hallway with the camera.
Mark? Hey, I'm here at the Hines County Department of Human Services, and there's some areas that are clearly open to the public that they're not allowing me to go to. And he said it was the director of the building here that told him that too. Like, I don't know if you've been in this building, but. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're definitely not going to be trying to get those folks in the picture. Yeah, but. Well, I'm in the lobby right here. Okay, so when you walk in, there's a desk in the front. Over to the left, there's a hallway, but that says restricted access.
It
so
doesn't have a sign.
Go there.
Yeah.
But on the right, there's another hallway with a no restricted access sign. And I'd like to go down there if possible, but definitely upstairs, again, there's no signage, but they have some really nice artwork on the walls going up. I'd like to take some pictures of. So, like I said, I don't want to go anywhere where I'm not supposed to go, first and foremost. And again, we're not here to like get any of the clients' pictures or anything. So. Yep. Right. little hand sanding. There's two pictures that are combined to one. They're supposed to be combined in one.
Oh, wait, that's not restricted, is it?
Yes.
It is?
That's what you said. Yeah, we're gonna wait on it. It doesn't say restricted.
It doesn't say restricted, no.
So usually when it's restricted, they'll put one of those restricted signs by it, you know.
I don't know. I'm just.
You just, I know, you just security guard.
That's here.
Can I get your name? What is it?
It's C. Coleman.
Oh, Cole. Okay, I got you.
Got some awards here. Oh, these are United Way awards.
Thank you.
What y'all record?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Yep, we're here for the next top model. Is that you?
No, but I will. What's up, big guy? We'll get on there, model, big boy.
Well,
We don't have a common area. We get out the elevator right there. But this area right here, you're welcome to film as much as you want to. Okay? Just can't go down the hall.
So, but it piques my curiosity. What's down there?
What's down there?
Yeah.
You got clients down there, people working down there, a lot of confidential information down there.
let me.
Why don't you have a sign?
Oh, what?
A sign?
Well,
A sign to say what?
restricted
Like over
access.
there on that side, there's a restricted access sign.
Because we never had nobody just come out here and film. We restrict the access. The clients know that hall down there don't get any clients.
Okay.
They deal directly with confidential with elder.
if we
This
didn't-
hall down here does.
If we didn't have cameras, could we walk down?
No, sir. Not unless you got a case here.
No.
So,
Oh, you
so
trying to get
patients,
paid?
so patients only.
Patient.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Fine.
so basically, the general public can't just walk down the hallway. Okay.
No.
Well, that's okay. That's understandable. As long as it's like a policy like that, where it's patients only.
No,
then-
clients, not patients.
Yeah.
Well, it's not clients.
Huh?
We're the government here. We don't have clients.
Y'all have patients?
We have people that are coming here for services that they've got paid out.
Well,
of
he
their
said
tax
patients,
money.
I'm saying.
Oh,
We don't
yeah.
have patients. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
no patients.
Yeah, one time we
Yeah.
call with customers.
I got you.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, you can, this common area is fine. Yeah, this right here is for clients. Over there, they work with confidentiality, all this stuff. And upstairs at CPS, they really confidential. But they
Well,
bring their
I-
children
Oh, yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, well, I do CPS all the time. It's really not confidential, but
Okay.
yeah, unless they're leaving stuff out. See, here's the deal.
Okay.
If people can see confidential information, like even without a camera,
Uh-huh.
if I was to walk up there and I could hear it or see it,
Uh-huh.
then they're in trouble,
Okay.
right?
Uh-huh.
So we can't put confidential information where people can see it, even if I'm not recording.
I understand.
That would be wrong.
Here's another thing, and I know that with it involving children, there needs to be a certain amount of confidentiality.
Absolutely.
And but
Speaking of which, make sure you don't get these guys on camera.
yeah. Where was I going with that? I literally, you just distracted me right there, and I just looked over and just lost the thought.
You know it's a part of confidentiality with children.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's a part of confidentiality.
Come on, let's move this table out.
Oh, no, yes, no, I'm sorry. Interrupt you guys.
We're not here to film anybody in particular. We're just basically here to ensure that
We like to see the buildings, the people, the taxpayers like to see what they pay for.
exactly.
Some people can't get out, health reasons. Some people are agoraphobics. They're afraid of going out.
There's a lot of heat on CPS. A lot of people don't trust the agency. A lot of people feel like it's an abuse of the, that they abuse their own system. And I believe in a certain level of accountability and transparency. They should, if nothing is going on, or if they're not acting in immoral ways, they should welcome it because it would shed a positive light on the department. But obviously we don't want to film anything confidential or anything, but we just want our rights respected.
We've pretty much already done the common areas, so we'll get out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we weren't trying to cause any issues or anything. We were basically just, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you understood why.
No, of course.
Okay, so you talked with Mark back at state then?
I talked to my supervisor who's talking to Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark Jones.
Yeah, Mark Jones.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's
Thank you
fine.
so much.
Thank you so much. And what was your name?
My name is Sharon Gill.
Sharon?
Gill.
All right. Thank you, Sharon.
What's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt.
I'm George.
George and Matt. Okay. Thank you, George and Matt.
Thank you.
Take care.
This is employee exit. Can I exit out of here?
Yeah, you can go right there. I go out of this door.
That one.
That's
What makes that one different than that one? I'm just
It's an
curious.
employee entrance and exit.
Okay. All right.
It's 2 feet over.
It's 2 feet over.
That's what the difference is. 2 feet over.
Is it a smoother slide? Does the door just open just a tad bit easier?
No, when it opens.
A little bit more entitled?
When it opens, you got a bidet that blows bubbles up your asshole.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it's patients only, I get it. It's like so long as they're not singling out people with cameras, that's the biggest thing, is the fear of transparency into the operations of the local governments and the state government. They hate it. They are more scared of somebody with a freaking camera than they are of somebody with a gun. I'm here to tell you, over in Mississippi, in these parts, the good old boy parts, they are more scared of a guy with a camera than a guy with a gun.
Now, TSA website has a reporting policy on their website that allows us to view and record the checkpoint areas.
Right.
As long as we don't get the screens, as long as we don't impede the flow of people going into the...
All right, we got the final stop for the night.
Have you
That's
noticed the airports are pretty well versed on it now? They don't really give you as many problems.
Jackson,
I just
Mississippi.
got
This will be
booted out
at
of the
the
Austin airport
7
a couple
stops
months
by
ago,
me
trespassed me in
and
Erie
Road
County. Some are, some aren't.
Yep.
So. It's a gamble. That's why we do it.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
You would think they'd be well versed in it because
You'd
I'm sure
think
a lot
by
of
now.
people-
Yeah.
Well, just a lot of people take pictures and stuff in airports. People coming, people going.
Yeah. All right, so you know where you parked, right?
No.
I didn't know.
But the good news is we're on the last walkway to the right and just follow it all the way down.
All the way down.
We're parked right next to the sidewalk, so it can't be too hard.
Can't be. Shit, I think my battery bank is dead.
Will do. All gates up here.
Yep.
Like an X-ray machine or something. They'll do that there.
Do we need to move?
Oh no, I was getting the sign right there.
So y'all are recording for us?
We're journalists. Yeah.
What you for?
You said a journalist.
For news purposes.
Yeah, you can't record like stuff.
Actually, I believe your policy.
Yeah, your policy on the website allows us. As long as we don't get the screen. That's right on TSA.gov. Yeah, I do it all the time, so I'm well versed. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Let's go check out the gates.
Hey.
I guess there's okay, gates coming down here. Check that out.
How y'all doing?
Awesome.
Good. How you doing?
Doing all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good as the day is long. Looks like it's getting.
Jackson's got a decent airport. I'll say it's yeah, for it to be a smaller airport, which of course doesn't seem small.
Looks like
To the terminal, Southwest Airlines currently boarding flight 1557 with service to Houston Hobby.
I miss those calls coming to the airport and actually getting on a plane. It's been a long time since I've ridden on a plane or flown on a plane.
So this side looks shut down. So usually what I'll do is I'll sit like right outside the gate.
Yeah.
Got a young lady there, but she's the only one working. Maybe the other gate's more active.
I believe, yeah.
It looks brighter down there.
That woman down there wanted to say something.
Gotta do is open her mouth.
Yeah.
I like the carousel of elite.
Oh yeah.
It is my privilege to welcome you to Jackson, Mississippi, the crossroads of the South. Whether this is your final destination or you are simply just passing through,
I hope it's not my final destination.
I know, right? That sounds pretty
Eerie.
It is my
yeah.
hope that you take advantage of the wealth of attractions our city has to offer. From educational and historic sites.
I don't see my picture in there, man. I gotta get my picture up in there. That's the elite, man. That's who runs our life. The mayor's in there, city council.
But we are passionate about this place we call home. I hope you enjoy your time here. We look forward to having you back.
Nice little,
Oh yeah.
nice little area set up. Do a little history. This little, flight deck type deal.
That's pretty cool. That's nifty.
Looks like one of the planes they just called the load over there. Getting ready for the final flight of the night. Looks like this place looks like it's flying now.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people over there.
So how far? I guess right here is where we can go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't go in there unless you're getting checked to fly. So
Yeah.
This injustice had a profound impact on them. To recall this conviction, a mockery of the legal system. In our sentence was suspended in January 1963, but he died the following year.
That guy's just looking.
As taken as such, the Audit family received many threatening phone calls. On May 27, 1963, Molotov cocktails thrown into the closet of their tribe home on Valley Street. Dismissed by investigators as a prank, or perhaps staged by murder. 16 days later, as Leslie was on the a shot rang out. Leslie has been fatally shot in the back with a single bullet by Colorado rifle. He fell by his car, dragging himself to the window in Fort Walton. He was carrying a stack of papers, unfortunately, Jim Crow Hospital. His body was viewed by more than 25,000, and more than 5,000 attended the funeral service. He was buried with full military honors in Washington, D.C., and there was not formed assembly for around the world.
Looking good, guys. Keep up the good work.
On June 23rd, police arrested
They've caught 0 terrorists in the 15 years they've been in operation.
Right.
Keep up the good work. That's so funny. All right, guys, keep up the good work, all right? TSA thousands standing around. Literally standing around.
Is there anything down here? Oh, I guess it's baggage claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't leave without going to baggage claim. Well, they got one down there.
One what?
It looks like there's a few people that are gathered around.
Pass.
You gonna pass?
I think that's it for the day.
Yep.
We drain the resources today.
Yep.
Now they're tired and ready for bed.
I think we had a very productive day, though. I think the word definitely got passed that it's okay. It is perfectly fine to film.
This is my second time in Jackson. I was here a couple of years ago. They did okay back then too.
Did they?
Yeah. Andy's working at the police department. That shit was cutting me up, dude. I came out like gangbusters and got shot down.
That was epic though when their supervisor came out and was like, "Yeah, they have 3 feet. So as long as they stay within those 3 feet, they're good."
We actually have more than 3 feet. I don't know where he came up with the fucking 3 feet. But
Right, because 3 feet you could still. I mean, that's that can be asking a little bit too much. There's clumsy people out there.
Well, the thing about it is that in North America, most 2-lane country roads have what's known as a 4-rod row.
Right.
And that's come to us from back, stuff like that. So.
Sure.
So most 2-lane county roads in America are 60 to 66 feet right away.
Right.
Which means
they're gonna have
33 feet from center line on either direction.
Mm-hmm.
Is the public right away.
Right. Right. You can't film the jail or the prison. That's illegal. What statute? What law?
What's illegal is stupidity. You're in trouble, buddy.
Is this the feelings police or?
Now TSA.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, I'm not gone yet, but oh shit, let me turn that down. Got a few people that are still on here. Um, Definitely not trying to hold you guys like all night. If y'all want to jump off, you can. I just figured I would. So I've got a few new songs So I'm working on an album that is called Bad Actors. And other than putting them out on video for what they did, I'm highlighting all their nonsense by audio. So actually, hold on one second. Bear with me a second. Stretched fill. Okay. Yeah, so I will what I'll do is I'll freaking pull up a couple of songs and I will play them. Hope everybody's having a good evening today. Let's see. That's a good one.
Yo, it started in Galveston, a Friday night trap. They staged the scene clean, but I ain't falling for that. Osteen rolled up with a smirk and a scheme.
Pause that. Selected the wrong one there. Go right back. Actually, do this because I can send it off my phone and it'd be a lot easier. Share. Boom. There's that one. And there's that one. Okay. Shit. Boom. Boom. And I think that's it.
Osteen, you fraud with a badge on your chest. Fabricated that report, now you under duress. Never saw me stumble, never saw me sway, but you wrote a DWI like it's theater play. No FSC, no breath, no slurred speech heard, but your pen dance lies with each made up word. You radio drunk just to get the green light, but your own cam footage shows I'm clear that night. You're not a cop, you're a courier for crooks, planted fiction in reports while the whole world looks. I'm the journalist you tried to erase, but now your name's tattooed on every court case. Father Franks lit fire to your fake effing sheet. DA saw the lies, dismissed it in defeat. Unable to prove, nah, let's say what it is. You had nothing from the jump, just revenge and a fizz. This is Exhibit L for liar, L for loss, L for the look on your face when you got tossed. You framed me, I framed you back in bars. Now you haunted by every one of these scars. No walk, no test, no facts in hand, just a fraud in blue with a shaky plan. You made me bleed while I laid face down. 6 cops held me while you watched like a clown. UTMB complicit, they played your game. Let a nurse turn torture into badge-fueled shame. You stole my ride, had my keys disappear. Sold it off while my family shed tears. You thought I'd fold? Nah, I was building the proof, turning every abuse into unshakable truth. Galveston County, you co-signed the fraud, but you folded like cowards when the facts got broad. May 9th, 2025 marked that day. Dismissal dropped and I walked away, but I ain't done. I'm just getting loud, turning your lies into a jury crowd. And when I drop this in court, on record and tape, your career gonna vanish, no chance to escape. This is Exhibit L, L for liar, L for loss, L for the look on your face when you got tossed. You framed me, I framed you back in bars. Now you haunted by every one of these scars. No walk, no test, no facts in hand. Just a fraud in blue with a shaky plan. You took an oath, Austin, to protect and serve. But all you protected was a lie, and all you served was the state's revenge.
Austin lied. Austin lied.
Yeah, yo. It started in Galveston, a Friday night trap. They staged the scene clean, but I ain't falling for that. Osteen rolled up with a smirk and a scheme. Weaponized the badge like a thug with a beam. I wasn't swerving, no test, no line, no walk, no slurred speech, no stumbling, just malicious talk. He lied in his report, flat out fabrication. Tried to ruin my life with no justification. I asked for a lawyer, they mocked and delayed. Dragged me through hell just to boost that charade. UTMB got involved, held me down, drew blood, violated policy. 6 cops in a flood, no consent, no cause. This was torturing white. A needle in my arm in the middle of the night. The car got towed, my keys disappeared. They auctioned off my ride, corruption engineered. You lied, now it's in black and white. Dismissed in court cause the facts ain't right. No walk, no test, no probable cause. Just a badge and a fraud breaking all the laws. The truth came out, now the record's clear. You framed the wrong man, now the world gone here. Followed the Frank's motion, broke the silence apart. Exposed the deception, the abuse at the heart. Austin claimed signs, but the footage said none. No sway, no stutter, no impaired run. But the cuffs went on, they cuffed me tight. Violated my rights in the cover of night. No evidence, no crime, just a preset plan. To crush a journalist, a truth-telling man. Dismissed without prejudice, that phrase don't hide. The DA couldn't prove it cause the whole case died. You made me miss court, made me miss my kids. Made my wife cry while you covered your fibs. You helped Mississippi, the cross state crew. Tried to bury the facts, now I'm coming for you. She lied, now it's in black and white. Dismissed in court cause the facts ain't right. No walk, no test, no probable cause. Just a badge and a fraud breaking all the laws. The truth came out, now the record's clear. You framed the wrong man, now the world gone here. August 11th 2023, the night they thought they buried me. No breathalyzer, no field sobriety. Just cuffs, blood. Retaliation. A journalist in chains for exposing too much truth. They stole my car, they stole my peace. They couldn't steal the facts, and now the facts are marching back. You think this over? Nah, this just begun. Your name's in my feelings and I'm far from done. Civil suit Cummins, 1983, 3 flame. You gon' wish you never played that game. Falsified affidavit, malicious intent. The court's gonna see where your lies were spent. UTMB, you too, got blood on your hands. Letting cops run torture like it's part of your plans. This ain't just a rap, it's a warning bell to every dirty badge of things they won't tell. You can fake a report, but you can't fake fate. Truth don't die, it retaliates. No steam lied, now it's in black and white. Dismissed in court cause the facts ain't right. No walk, no test, no probable cause. Just a badge and a fraud breaking all the laws. The truth came out, now the record's clear. You framed the wrong man, now the world gon' hear. August 14th, 2024. A man with a camera, no weapon, no threat, just work. Yet Joshua Grover was arrested in Morgan County, not for what he did, but for what he represented, transparency.
And when I, a journalist, asked for answers, they came at me too, with silence, denial, and retaliation, dressed as policy. I filed a lawful gram and had the statute in my hand. Dumb Matthews are rare, and either way I made a stand. Asked for personnel files, they clutched them like contraband. Told me no address, no access, like that's the law of the land. But it ain't, it's fear, it's fraud, it's fiction. You gaslighted hard in your petty jurisdiction. Refused my waiver, called it not in public interest, yet admitted the request might help the public witness. They thought a P.O. box was some form of deception, but that box is protection from past government aggression. You know my story, Mississippi tried to dox me. Now Utah joins the list of those who wanna box me. Kylie Earl hit reply like she didn't even read. Matt Wilson rubber stamped it with retaliatory speed. And Garrett Smith, man, he coached the whole team, then claimed he couldn't see why I'd ever wanna scream. Morgan County can't run from the truth. The files don't lie and the law is the proof. You try to bury light under redacted sheets, but now the people see your silence screams deceit. No more delays, no more games. We call out each complicit name. Justice rolls and we won't stop till the shield of truth sits on top. You said treat all requesters the same, but your audit log gonna bring y'all shame. That grandma filed, it's a public x-ray, shows media got waivers, but mine got played. What's the variable here, huh? Just say it. The press outlet that exposes won't stay sedated. You feared what my pen might find in that file, so you stalled, obstructed, retaliated in style. Emails buried under anticipated litigation. That ain't privilege, that's manipulation. You turn transparency into trial bait, hoping red tape could suffocate, but your cover-up's leaking like a basement drain. And every withheld line adds weight to my claim. You say let the process play, but that's your crutch. The court's already ruled, you've obstructed too much. This is bigger than Joshua Grover, bigger than a denial form signed in haste. This is about every journalist they've tried to erase. Every file withheld out of spite, every price tag placed on the public's right to know. So here's the rundown, crystal clear. You denied, delayed, and said we'll see next year. But time don't wait for your appeal games, and courtrooms don't erase your shame. Now I'm dropping the facts with the mic in my grip, while you scramble to justify the lies you let slip. This ain't just court, it's a movement in flight against every county that's afraid of the light. I warned you, I begged, I tried to explain. Now I'm in court with your name in the frame. The judge read the statute, ain't no debate. Ordered release in 24 straight. Now you're exposed. Morgan, the whole crew, Wilson, Earl Smith, and Jane Doe too. The record will show who stood and who ran. I'm not just press, I'm the constitutional man. Morgan County can't run from the truth. The files don't lie and the law is the proof. You try to bury light under redacted sheets, but now the people see your silence screams deceit. No more delays, no more games. We call out each complicit name.
I rolled into town with a target on my back. Didn't drink, didn't swerve, didn't fall off track, but flagged my name, sent the wolves my way. Said he's from Mississippi, he won't get away. One call from the shadows, one nod to the blue. In Galveston PD, they did what they were told to do. Lights in my eyes, cuffs behind my spine. No breath test, no rights, just a DOJ line. They threw me down, said I was wrong, held me captive for 11 months long. No blood, no buzz, no proof, no fight, just a setup cook in the dead of night. Yeah, they framed me strong, but I'm singing this song 'cause I've been gone 11 months too long.
to draw that line, but the chart was clean, not a trace of wine. Still they filed the charge, still they pushed the case, with Lafayette ghosts in a Texas place. They threw me down, said I was wrong, held me captive for 11 months long. No blood, no buzz, no proof, no fight, just a setup cook in the dead of night. Yeah, they framed me strong, but I'm singing this song 'cause I've been gone 11 months too long. The deputies lied, the DA smiled, cross-state revenge served Southern style. Buzz big facts, lies across the line. Appeal, what appeal? He said that boy's mine. But the truth got legs and the truth runs deep. Now they're the ones who can't sleep. A journalist jailed, a father erased, no due process, just a show trial disgrace. They bet I'd fold, thought I'd plead, but I broke those chains and planted a seed. From the Gulf Coast wind to the courthouse halls, I etched my name in those concrete walls. Reardon's the name, justice is the flame, and I'll burn down every inch of this rigged ass game. They threw me down, said I was wrong, held me captive for 11 months long. But I'm back, I'm loud, I'm bringing the fight, exposing every dirty cop in sight. Yeah, they framed me strong, but I'm singing this song 'cause I've been gone 11 months too long. Ain't no badge gonna muzzle my voice. Ain't no jail gonna bury the truth. This is Matthew Worden. Yo. They told me sit down, but I pulled up the chair, told them I'm the wrong one to frame. I swear back in 2017 they drew first blood, called it stalking, fabricated the mud. No mayor involved, just a target on me cause I spoke too loud in the land of the free. Oxford, Mississippi, deep in that game, twisting laws like ropes, tying up my name. Systems on the move, mud cushion in the mix, all eyes on me when I'm speaking in clicks to the plea force, hand family to protect, but they kept on pushing disrespect on deck. Jeff Bush be smirking, clerk door closed. I asked about judges, that whole scene froze. Joey's waiting outside like a plot, civil writ in hand, another twisted shot. Next day script, commitment by lie. Alcorn's up for David, didn't even try. No avail, no call, no care, no proof, just got me locked while they celebrated truth. Little sign to order like it was nothing. Didn't blink once, just rubber stamp bluffing. Thrown into a low padded cell in sight, North Mid State Hospital taking my right. I walked out different, but I ain't done. Called Alcorn direct, put the truth on run. She told me the sheriff asked her to file, so I dropped the grievance that traveled a mile. Sent it to Rogers to Little to court. Within 24 hours they struck with force. Second affidavit, same play, more dirt. This time I'm snatched while my wife still hurt. Just came from the ER, baby's lungs too weak, and they taking me down while my newborn speaks. Solitary box, 7 days in the pit. Then the East missed more meds, same shit. I missed my son's birth for a false claim trick. Still they say it's just as that narrative sick. Bob Norman from DOJ said he passed the flame, then ghosted my fight like it wasn't his name. In June 22 I filmed a visit in Peace City Hall, walk through, no cause, no beef. They claim I turned knobs, fabricated threat. NBI's morning said arrest him, yet tweets used as weapons. Free speech on trial while my baby's in Memphis. Be the fragile, Driscoll withdrew, McClinton installed. Judge shuffle case numbers, whole thing stalled. 5-hour hearing, no win, just bait. I pled again just to walk through the gate. Fast forward time, I leave that land. Utah skies, but they still got plans. Lane PD getting word from afar. Oxford sending smoke like an unmarked car. Systems breached every boundary line. Found my P.O. box like a fed up spot. Rich inspired defamation mail. Filter 9 names like a network trail. Grammar request blocks, Stonewall, Arrington, column on my 28. Now the panic begins. Pedal City silent, but the fouls don't lie. They knew my address, nobody told them why. I showed up at the FBI docs in hand. Salt Lake City tried to take a stand. They wanted ID just to take my word. Said no, they got hot, then made it absurd. Kicked me off public lot, wrote down my tag. All while I'm live, letting truth unbag. Filed my lawsuit in district court, laid every fact like a final report. Named Cecils, McCutcheon, and Joey too. With Alcorn, Little, the whole damn crew. First Amendment warrior, no need to shout. I flex with violence, that's my blackout. You call it rebellion, I call it defense. You call it disorder, I call it pretense. They label me a threat when I exercise rights, but I spit the law back in their face by night. This ain't rap, this testimony inflame. Each lyric emotion, each bar a name. No more silence, no turning cheek. I'm the storm that your system made sleek. Now I write history while they file appeals. I don't bleed ink, I sign with steel. So Texas, I'm McCutcheon and the rest of their chain. Your smear campaign just sharpen my aim. This ain't over, this just the start. Next verse I drop, gonna tear you apart. I'm the voice you tried to banish in fear, but I'm louder now and I'm still here. Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care.
conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they'd control, but justice is burning, exposing their soul. They built this on deceit, but their cover is blown. Now the guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Down in Galveston, it started that night. Osteen and Doretti turned wrong into right. Said I was drunk, claimed the smell in the air, but no alcohol touched me, their proof wasn't there. They locked me up 11 months in a cell. Fabricated charges, a personal hell. They twisted the law, made me a pawn, but their conspiracies unravel and it won't last long. A growing plot, their power abused, but I'm breaking the chains, their lies are diffused. The truth's on my side and it's ready to speak, exposing their game, bringing justice to the weak. Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care. A conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they control, but justice is burning, exposing their soul. They built this on deceit, but the cover is blown. Now the guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Extradited from Galveston back to Lafayette. 2 weeks before trial, the lies were set. Then Ben Creekmore played his false hand, fictitious evidence in his corrupt plan. Judge Tolleson fell for the charade they showed. 2 years in prison, down a dark road. Osteen hit the stand, swore oath after oath, but his lies cracked under the weight of my growth. July 18th, they thought they'd won, but justice don't sleep, the truth has begun. Their house of cards is shaking, ready to fall. I'm standing tall, calling out them all. Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care. A conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they control. Sentence vacated, exposing their soul. They built it on deceit, but the cover is blown. Now the guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Candy Beavers, Hobie James played the dirty part, conspired with Galveston to tear me apart. Jeff Busby sent false statements to the district attorney, and when the heat came down, it was so concerning. A snake in the grass hiding behind his crew, but the truth reveals everything they do. Their lies run deep, but justice runs deeper. Each betrayal exposed, the climb's getting steeper. They thought they'd silence me, bury my voice, but now it's my time and I've made my choice to shine a light, make sure these criminals pay. Justice is coming and it's here to stay. I lost it all, but I've still got the fight. Damn right, the truth's a weapon cutting through the night. The sentence declared unlawful, the order vacated. I'm vindicated, liberated, and of course I'm elated. Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care. A conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they control. Sentence vacated, exposing their soul. They built it on deceit, but the cover is blown. Now the guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Yeah, pour again. Damn right, the truth's a weapon, cutting through the night. The sentence declared unlawful, the order vacated. I'm vindicated.
Midnight wheels rolling slow down a coastal Texas line. No drinks, no buzz, just a clear head and peace of mind. Then a bad stepped out with a smirk and a plan. Said, this one's an otter, not your average man. He ignored the law, he ignored my breath. Wrote up a script that would fake me to death. Eyes weren't glassy, words weren't slurred, but he made up a storm from things never heard. They signed a warrant for a lie, drew my blood and watched me cry. Said I smelled like booze, hell I hadn't drank in years, but the truth don't matter they stood there, knew it wasn't just. But back the blue line let me bleed in the dust. Meanwhile, back east, they were ringing the phone. Mississippi snakes with a thirst for my bones. James and Beavers, Busby too. Sent lies through the wire like it was all true. They signed a warrant for a lie. Drew my blood and watched me cry. Said I smelled like booze. Hell, I hadn't drank in years. But the truth don't matter when the system's run by fear. They jailed me up and threw away the key. While my name got dragged through Galveston Sea. They made a felony out of thin blue sky just to silence my voice with a warrant for a lie. And the blood test said 0, the indictment said 3. But the math don't work when justice don't see. No breath test, no cause, no crime that night. Just a badge with a grudge and a vendetta to ride. Now I'm free, but the fight's still burning hot. And I'll name every bastard till justice is got. Filed my case, but truth on the line. Every false word's coming back in time. I ain't just soon, I'm exposing it all. From Galveston streets to that Mississippi hole. They tried to bury me, thought I'd break or die. But I rose from the dirt with a fire in my eyes. They signed a warrant for a lie. Drew my blood and watched me cry. But I'm singing louder now. My story don't bend. And I'll fight these devils straight through to the end. Cause the truth stood up and the charges died. And I've still got my name, my grit, my pride. No man should ever be crucified by the stroke of a pen on a warrant for a lie.
Yeah, this one right here is for the people. For the ones who got set up, lied on, framed. For the ones who fought back and got punished for it. Candace Beavers, Hobie James Osteen, this one's for y'all. They put their hands on the Bible, swear to tell the truth. But Beavers took the stand just to fabricate the proof. She said I had no reason, no permission to be there. But the calls don't lie, check the records if you dare. I told her I was coming, FBI was in the loop. But she twisted up my words, turned my rights into a noose. Now I'm sitting in that cell while she's smirking in the court. A badge and a gun, but the truth she still distorts. Hobie in the shadows, pulling strings like a ghost. So seen on the beat, trying to send me up the coast. They ain't like the way I spoke, put their names in the light. So they linked up with Galveston, tried to bury me in spite. False witness, perjury, they lied on me. Tried to take my freedom, but I'm still gon' speak. Retaliation, I see what y'all be. Beavers, James Osteen, corrupt police. August 2023, I dropped a vid, let it fly. Exposed what they was doing, had them nervous on the slide. Next thing I know, they plotting, trying to take me back. Using Galveston's finest for their cowardly attack. Tell me how that work, y'all supposed to serve and protect. But instead, y'all protecting your rep with disrespect. Y'all ain't law, y'all just gangsters in a government fit. If the truth's a crime, I guess I'm guilty as it gets. Said I broke probation, but the facts ain't a line. Phone calls don't vanish, check the date, check the time. Y'all fabricated charges like a script from a play. But karma got receipts and she running up the pay. False witness, perjury, they lied on me. Try to take my freedom, but I'm still gon' speak. Retaliation, I see what y'all be. Beavers, James Osteen, corrupt police. Uncover your self-law when you break it with ease. Sworn to protect, but you're moving like thieves. Weaponize the system just to silence a man. But the truth don't die, better watch where you stand. You'll try to lock me down, but my voice still free. Every line that I drop, it's a charge on me. Not in the courtroom, but against y'all frauds. Lying under oath just to play like gods. I see the setup, I peep the scheme. Judges play along, it's a whole machine. But the truth got power and the people gon' see. How y'all try to take my life just for speaking on thee. False witness, perjury, they lied on me. Try to take my freedom, but I'm still gon' speak. Retaliation, I see what y'all be. Beavers, James Osteen, corrupt police. Mississippi, where the tall pines grow. 4 young hearts with a heavy load. Emma's got her mama's fire and a Claire so sweet. McKenna dreams big, Ethan Oliver's got fast feet. But there's a shadow that the sun won't chase, a missing name, a lost embrace. They talk in whispers, they don't ask why. Daddy's just a ghost in a judge's eyes. He's banished from Lafayette County. Can't cross that line, can't come back around me. 4 kids praying on a dell tonight, wishing for a wrong to be made right. But the law don't care about a young heart's cry. So we love our daddy from the other side. Mama says don't ask, just let it be. But his old guitar still sings to me. Found his letters in a drawer last June. Smelled like leather, whiskey and blue. We drive through Oxford past the county line. Every mile feels like a stretch of time. I swear I saw him in a truck last fall, parked just south where the pine trees crawl. He's banished from Lafayette County. Can't cross that line, can't come back around me. 4 kids praying on a dell tonight, wishing for a wrong to be made right. But the law don't care about a young heart's cry. So we love our daddy from the other side. One day I'll grow, one day I'll ride. Take that highway, let the past decide. Maybe meet him where the river runs, tell him his baby still love him some. Down in Mississippi, where the tall pines grow, 4 young hearts still holding on. There ain't no jail, no judge, no town, no line gonna break the love in these hearts of mine.
Okay, it's really about it. Now I've been on this thing for quite a while now. Trying to think if there was something else. There actually was. I had found this actually earlier. I hate corrupt judges. Cannot stand corrupt judges. And family court, chancery court is the world's worst at that. So this was, I think this is it. Let's see. Yeah. So this is what I have labeled as a constitutional law duel in Chancery Court. Normally it was in Lafayette County. This particular day, it was they had scheduled it in, I believe it was Holly Springs, Mississippi. But let me stretch it to size. And
it's outlaw country, and you're riding with the outlaw.
There's something really badly wrong with the judicial system right now. I don't know what the hell happened in 2021. I'm going to give you some facts, okay? If you look at my wall, I just posted 2 definitions. One of them on child exploitation and one of them on child trafficking. You can call me what you want to call me. I'm here to tell you I'm not QAnon. Facebook or Twitter, whatever bullshit platform decided they wanted to falsely label me with that about a year ago to get me kicked off of all social media. Wrong. If I didn't have all the legal cases going on right now that I have, I would find out exactly who was behind it and I would bury their ass in a lawsuit for defamation. I'm here to give you the facts. For 4 years, I've made these claims and I've substantiated with evidence there's been a manipulation stunt going on where my now 7-year-old daughter has been pulled to the middle of Chancery Court, manipulating other ongoing legal proceedings. I started looking into the definition of child exploitation and child trafficking. And that is 100% what I'm going to put the blaming finger on the Chancery Court of Lafayette County, on Liz Crowder, on Mona Pittman, the attorneys that have given a helping hand, have come in, have made the most untrue of accusations. It's actually very offensive. After 4 years' time, when these things are made over and over and over again, and you can't dispute the facts of them, either they need to be investigated and actually truly looked into, or there needs to be some damn perjury proceedings commenced. And I've said over and over again, I sure as hell wish the FBI or the U.S. Attorney's Office would charge me with lying to the FBI if they truly think that I was guilty of the staged crime in 2017, because the fact of the matter is this: I couldn't truly be guilty of the state of Mississippi's sham charge without being guilty of lying to the FBI. I couldn't. Wouldn't happen. I couldn't have told them one thing and actually been guilty of what the state accused me of. They think it's ludicrous that I'm asking for an indictment. I think it's common sense because I've demanded a trial. The evidence deserves a trial, and nobody wants to give it to. If the local government in Lafayette County in the state of Mississippi was your average citizen, they would have been thrown under the jailhouse by now for obstruction to justice, evidence tampering, for perjury. So here's the definitions, okay? Got to looking at them real close. And there is a striking resemblance. You've got the definition of child exploitation. Child exploitation refers to the use of children for someone else's advantage, gratification, or profit, often resulting in unjust, cruel, and harmful treatment of the child. These activities are to the detriment of the child's physical or mental health, education, morale, or social, emotional development. It covers situations of manipulation, misabuse, abuse, victimization, oppression, or ill treatment. Then you have the trafficking of children. Trafficking of children is a form of human trafficking defined by the United Nations as recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, and/or receipt, kidnapping of a child for the purpose of slavery, forced labor, and the key word exploitation. Children may also be trafficked for the purpose of adoption. We live in a country of laws.
I've heard it said by judges. I've said it. They need to apply the law equally, just ways. Laws are applied based on the definition of the law. My daughter has been in the middle of sham after sham. Chancery court proceedings that have been proven to be false, misguided, untrue, defaming, libelous, slanders, and perjuries. And how that's not used to manipulate other ongoing legal matters. The reason why my daughter was once again yanked away in complete contempt of the judge's order by Lewis Crowder, and why this set of false proceedings was initiated by her, was because I'm in the Court of Appeals right now, and they know, her and her attorneys know, if I reverse this in the Court of Appeals, criminal guilt, just by the wazoo, falls on them. And they're trying to keep their ass out of the sling. They're manipulating the legal system. I'll tell you another thing. I found out something very, very shocking and disturbing involving the Chancery Court of Lafayette County. I'm going to elaborate on that later.
Look, I'm pushing.
You glad to be back?
Uh-huh.
Good to hear. We have missed you.
Yep. Where's your hat?
So what's special today? What's special today?
My mommy.
Your mommy? Anna? What's special today? You're looking like a slob over there. You must tell on that chocolate milk. Mommy? There you go.
Both of mommy.
Right.
Oh, look at those plants.
So, what are we here at Walmart to do?
Can you get me out?
Yeah. What are we here at Walmart to do?
To look for things for Mother's Day.
Look for something
For Mother's Day.
nice for Mother's Day.
I guess the first case we have is 16-422 Matthew Oliver Reardon versus Dennis Marie Crowder. Reardon, you represent yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Pippin, you represent Ms. Crowder?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor, we're here on the petition for modification, citation for contempt, and other relief that I filed on behalf of my client, Liz Crowder. Mr. Reardon has been properly served, and we're properly before the court on that matter.
You filed the same thing?
Yes, Your Honor. I did not get her served prior to the 7 days. However, I did serve them with a answer and a counterclaim, which honestly incorporates my petition into it.
Well, unfortunately, under Rule 81D2, anybody that's served with a petition for citation for contempt is allowed 7 days notice by personal service, not by mail or by some other means delivered to Ms. Pittman. That is not sufficient service. So you do not have process on Ms. Crowder for your petition.
Yes, Your Honor. But I was saying my petition's still open. I haven't gotten her properly served on my petition yet. I did file an answer to their petition with a counterclaim attached to the answer.
Counterclaim going forward is a counterclaim for contempt.
It's a counterclaim on the whole ordeal, not just contempt.
You still got that 7 day process. So you're not prepared to go forward on your counterclaim.
I'm prepared to go forward on the merits of this case today, Your Honor.
The merits of this case is going to be Ms. Rivers, Ms. Crowder's petition.
That's perfectly fine.
If they want to go proceed. Now, what the court would suggest is that if you want to continue your case so you have time to serve her, we could continue Ms. Crowder's case and put it all on one day.
Your Honor.
Right? proceed on her count against you today, then we'll just proceed on her count.
I would like to proceed on her count against me today because I've once again, my daughter has been ripped away since the end of May. This has got to be stopped. I mean, she cannot have the right to overrule your order and take it on herself. It needs, this is something serious and needs to be addressed.
What's your position on that?
Your Honor, as part of the petition for modification, we've requested a nail bed testing for drugs and alcohol for Mr. Reardon. As the minor child is involved and Mr. Reardon was arrested and bruised for possession of paraphernalia, we would request prior to our going forward on this matter that he be tested and it be court ordered and, supplied to the court.
Your Honor, there are no open charges in Bruce. There was simply a family disturbance that everything was retired. There's nothing open. And all of that honestly stemmed from the affiant here withholding visitation of the child on Father's Day weekend. But nothing's open in Bruce. Nothing's currently open. What's that, Your Honor? No, Your Honor. There's nothing open.
Your Honor, I don't believe that was an answer to your question. The question was he charged? The answer is yes, he was charged. I have a copy of the abstract, and Mr. Reardon is correct. It has been retired to the file, pending the fact that he doesn't get into any more trouble, whether domestic or otherwise, in Bruce. And Mr. Reardon has been arrested for DUI this year. Your Honor, we're just requesting for the safety and in the best interest of the minor child that he be tested, and then we can go forward. I think we all know that those test results could be back in 7 to 10 days, and we can go forward at that time once we have those results. But on the last time that we were in court, and Lori Solinger was appointed the guardian ad litem, she requested of Mr. Reardon to have drug testing done repeatedly, and he refused to have it done. He refused to let her come out to his home. Your Honor, that doesn't need to do anything but confirm the suspicions that he's used.
Objection. Your Honor, this is nothing more than just speculation. This is them trying to intrude into other currently open court matters. And to be honest with you, Your Honor, I have a Fourth and a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. They're trying to intrude where they have no business being. Nothing was involved with the kid.
Well, what about the fact that you requested to do the drug test and didn't do it?
Your Honor, once again, there was an open matter that's currently in justice court. I'm of the standing that I have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination when there's currently open legal matters. They are intruding into a currently open court.
I'm talking about what's going on in this court.
Yes, Your Honor, but there's been nothing that's gone on involving the child. The child has been ripped away from me the majority of the time.
That's what's going on now. You talk about with the child because you've been charged with drug paraphernalia. You're just been retired from the file, ending your good behavior.
Yes, Your Honor, but my car has also been open. The window's been knocked out. There's no security as far as locking my vehicle up. So the paraphernalia charge that came from that arrest, for one, there was never consent to even do a search, and for two, the vehicle was already compromised on security. Miss Crowder has falsely accused me of rape. She's falsely accused me of molestation. Who's to say that Miss Crowder didn't plant the paraphernalia?
You got any proof of that?
That's the problem, Your Honor. I have no security to lock my car. But twice now, she's falsely accused. The last time that we were in court, she had asserted for 13 months the Department of Child Services had advised her to keep the child from me. That was proven based on the DHS records.
She entered an order that last hearing stamped that matter.
But she,
Back behind that order.
Your Honor, when she went in contempt of the order, though, she nullified it. Effectively, she never abided by any terms of the order.
You get process order, we get a hearing on that, we'll discuss it. Till you do, we're not going to discuss it. Based on the history of this case, I'm going to require you to have a drug test. And we'll reset this case. You get process on her, we'll reset it.
I'm going to appeal that, Your Honor. I'm going to notice the court of my intention to appeal.
You got a right to appeal. You figure that out. I'm going to order it. I hope you abide by my order. Doesn't be my order, I'm order that he has to take a drug test immediately. In the next few days.
And Your Honor, pending the results of that nail bed test, is visitation suspended?
I have not had it since May, Your Honor. She kept the child from me on Father's Day weekend, which is... Don't shake your head.
Well, I'll tell you what you do, Mr. Reardon. You get the nail bed test, you pass it, visitation, you get staples.
I never deserved to have it taken away in the first place. This is complete manipulation. How does this court even justify allowing her to go in contempt of a judge's order to begin with? What gives her the right to overrule your signed order, Your Honor?
You didn't follow the rules.
How? She didn't follow the rules in the first place.
You'll have your day in court, Mr. Reardon.
This has gone on for 4 years. Enough is enough.
You let it do the same thing last time you settled the case. I ain't even had a hearing on this. So we don't have a hearing on it. But you get processed. And you'll be treated like anybody else. Just like anybody else that comes through this court. You'll get justice just like anybody else. So you obey my order or be in violation of whatever. You got an form order for drug test?
I do not, ma'am. Do you have one here? We can get one. I'll get one from Jennifer and leave it for you to sign.
Then you can go somewhere like that space so the Mountain Range is very reasonable.
I don't have the extra money. This is complete manipulation in my ongoing Court of Appeals appeal.
My client will pay for the nail bed test.
I understand that, but like I said, Your Honor, I'm noticing the court of my intention to appeal, in fact, interlocutory appeal. Yes, Your Honor.
That's the problem. You follow the rules and serve the process. You give me a notice of appeal by first. We'll go with that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll reset the case. As soon as you get the nail bed test, we'll reset it and have a hearing. Which side?
Can I give you what we're going to pass case and show all my client make sure you pay
What do you want to do with this?
I'm filing an appeal with the Supreme Court, Your Honor. I want to show you what it is.
Officer Police, how can I help you?
Yes, Jeff there.
1 second, I'll check and see. May I ask who's calling?
It's Matt Reardon.
Matt Reardon, okay. This is Kayla.
Hey, Kayla. I was looking for Jeff.
He's not available right now. Can I help you with something or take a message?
Yeah, I was wondering if y'all could run a tag for me and let me know who the vehicle comes back to.
Okay.
Well, the reason I'm asking, I don't know what it would come back as. It would probably say do not disclose. It's government. and I'm trying to identify who the person is with.
Okay, are they on your property or something?
No, I just keep noticing them. Like park a few cars down from my vehicle, and just saw them over at Justice Court. The other night I was at the Dollar General by Cash Saver. I got video of it both times. You know, it kind of looks a little odd, and it's like, you know, it's I feel like I'm being surveilled.
Okay. So you've seen it a couple times? I've seen
it. Actually, this was my third time seeing it here recently, over like the last week.
Okay. What's the tag number?
It's LXA. LXA 6723.
And what's the vehicle?
It's a black Durango, darkened out windows.
Okay. What's your number?
662-550-9752.
Okay. I'll work on it and give you a call back, okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Hey, it's Kayla.
Hey, Kayla.
Hey, sorry, so I'm fairly new here. I did not realize we can't run tags for citizens.
Okay. Well,
I ran by the command staff up here, and they said we can't do that.
That's why I was wanting to speak to Jeff, because I've got quite a unique and peculiar situation here. I'm actually investigating the government over here. I'm actually preparing to file in federal court against some of the most senior officials in the state of Mississippi, and there should be no reason why I'm being tailed and I'm being surveilled. I've done nothing illegal, and I believe I have a right to know if, you know, if somebody is abusing the power and you know, trying to basically dig into something that they have no business digging into. I mean, everybody has the right to be free from, you know, that type of madness.
Okay.
So that's why I was wanting to speak to Jeff, because, you know, I basically, I should have waited around for the guy to actually show, but he pulled right up to the front of Justice Court, to the curb, and I knew that it looked familiar, and so I rolled a quick video going by. But, you know, mainly I'm trying to figure out what agency, and is it state, is it federal? You know, if it's
are they in a uniform or something?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it is a black unmarked Durango that's got it's got interceptor lights at the top of the. It almost looks like, I've never seen that vehicle at the sheriff's department. You know, I don't know about Oxford Police. It almost reminds me of something that Metro would drive, but, you know, there's no reason for Metro to be looking at me. So that's a little odd right there, and honestly, it's got a familiar, and this is another reason that I was wanting to find out as well. It's got a familiar marking on the top of that vehicle. It's got it's basically like an antenna type of deal. And the position of it and the shape of it, it is remarkably similar to the one that was on the picture back in May of 2017, where the 4, you know, deputies had me ambushed on the square. That fourth person I've yet to identify. I know the other 3, but the fourth, I mean, he was not a member of the sheriff's department. He was not a member of OPD, to my knowledge, and I'd never seen that guy. He drove a gray Suburban or Expedition, whatever it was, and it had that same type of antenna on the top around the same place. So I'm trying to figure out, for the purposes of you know, everything else going on, because I've been trying to identify this John Doe. Is he with the FBI? And because they've adamantly asserted since day one that they had no involvement in it.
They're still maintaining that, and if he was in fact working, on behalf of the Department of Justice or the FBI and made that arrest, or assisted in all that, they certainly did play an assisting hand back in 2017, and that's crucial for me to find out.
Okay. Well, I can pass it on, and see, I just don't know as far as like running the tag if there's anything that can be done there.
I mean, that's why I wanted.
If there's any like records or anything that you could maybe try to request.
Well,
that's public.
Yeah, I mean, one way or the other, I can get to the bottom of it and figure it out. I mean, I just figured that, Jeff and I haven't had any issues, and I have no issues with the Oxford Police Department. I thought that they've, done what they've supposed to, other than that stop on my wife's brother, that I spoke to Jeff about. But other than that, I thought that Oxford Police had been doing a very professional, job the way that they were supposed to, and that's why I figured maybe Jeff could assist me in this. I certainly have notes.
I definitely didn't present it. I didn't know the full story of what you're saying, so I just was told I couldn't do that. So, but I can pass this on and have him call you back when he gets a minute.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, I will do that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, what? Say that again.
I think I'm over here.
Oh God, I'm getting pulled over.
You serious?
Yep.
I'm doing that. By who?
Yeah.
Okay, now?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Bye. I can't open it. What's up, Brian? What's up, man? What's that called? Yeah. Down there. I went over there Father's Day weekend. Supposed to get my child this weekend. She's had her every weekend. In fact, take a report, please. I actually have the whole thing on recording. Yeah. She told me that, and I knew she was going to call y'all. This she does every time. And y'all are in her back pocket too. I cannot stand it. Every single time, y'all take her side on everything, and it's so unfair. It's so unfair. What, you threatened her? No, I've got it on recording. I said, fuck off. That's all I said. Because it's my daughter. I mean, it's Father's Day week. I haven't seen my child in 3 weeks. She's gone in contempt again of the judge's orders. And I simply said, fuck off, whenever she said, I need to leave, or she's going to call the sheriff. Yeah, I walked up to the door. I knocked. In fact, I have it on recording, and I have it on audio recording. So, yeah, I'll be happy to play the recording for you. Yeah. Yeah. You just walk up there and ask your daughter. Yeah. Get off my property and set it home. Yeah. And there's no restraining order. I didn't threaten her. I mean, saying fuck off is not a violation of the law. Not on private property. Especially when she's got my daughter. Go ahead. When do y'all get body keeps? That was a good call, Joey.
What is that first?
March 24th, 87.
All right, man. Well, like I said, you want to press charges on? You got the right to do that.
For what, though? You know she's going to, but for what? There's no law that was broken.
Like I said, there's another deputy going to our house to speak to her, get her side of the story. So I'll have to speak to me.
Like I said.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, she lies every time, y'all. That's why I said I'll gladly play the recording for you so that you can hear. Well, no, I know. I'm just saying, don't y'all come after me and arrest me because of some stuff that she said. We
can't come arrest you.
Well, I know that. Well, I know that, but you also know who the judges in this county are.
I can't control what judges do. All I control is what I do.
I would hope the federal lawsuit filed against 17 in the county is enough to make them stop with the unfair target that's been going on. But,
like I said, I can't control what judges do. All I control is what I do.
Yes.
All I'm going to do is get your information from the judge report and the other deputies down there write the report for themselves. Just have to go from there.
I mean, I left the profit. My thing is, I'm going to go file a contempt motion against her, have her ass hauled into court for contempt, like I should. Nothing's enough. If you look back, let's look at who the real rational person is in all of this. And it's been me since day one. She has falsely accused me of rape. She's been caught. They let her off. I got arrested here December 28th because I went to the sheriff's department to speak to Joey because he read but didn't respond to 3 emails where I was simply seeking out protections under the law because she kept my daughter from me for a year in contempt on a lie based on DHS, which DHS said was completely false. She's been completely unable to get away with it. And then every time she calls y'all, she gets 17 reports on me in 3 years' time. I wouldn't have found out about it unless I did a public records request. But y'all are feeding into enabling her every time. And I know that that you get a call, y'all have to take a report. But at some point, y'all got to shut her down on this. It's ridiculous. I called the sheriff's department. How many times have I called the sheriff's department for help with my matters with my ex that was submitting false instruments to the court? But nobody wanted to do anything about it. But they'll pull me over in a heartbeat. If the shoe was on the other foot, y'all wouldn't have pulled her over. Y'all would have waited until you made contact. And I know this because she went for an entire year with a warrant for her arrest for making a false report of rape. Buddy let it go. Scott let it go. Joey let it go. And, it's like, how does something like that happen? How she can just do what she wants.
What's your address now?
117 County.
You right there in the big call at the truck.
Well, that's the in-laws.
All right, then. I'm going to get on out here and let you go. All right? All right, man. Have a good one.
Thanks, man.
I've got a message for Sheriff Joey's. After a year's time of the system trying to make me somebody that I'm not, after 17 police reports over the last 4 or 5 years, was Crowder, after the never-ending evidence, criminal conspiracy that has made its way to the surface, after all the time that's been lost, after all the time that I lost my daughter, all the time that the sheriff's department has lost, that they could have helped other people that truly needed assistance. but instead want to continue feeding into the hands of Liz Crowder, making more reports that pan out to be more false reports. At some point, refusal to take action would have to make me seriously pose the question of if the Lafayette County Sheriff is a competent position for you to hold. Say that for a reason. Because some way, somehow, regardless of having audio evidence, video evidence, you name it, this county will find a way to try to pin something else, because it never ends. They will take whatever lies and bullshit that Liz Crowder comes up with to justify her reason for keeping my 6-year-old child from me, when at the end of the day, the number one reason is to influence ongoing legal proceedings, something that it's no new claim. None. She's just dumb enough to continue repeating it, and the sheriff's department is clearly complicit enough to continue taking reports instead of shutting her the hell down. Like what needs to happen. You might be sitting there wondering right now, what in the hell is he doing with a mohawk on? My answer is very simple. Lafayette County completely turned their back on me 4 years ago. Law enforcement derelicted their duties and, in fact, committed some of the worst of crimes. So I'm the product of a broken system and a deserting family. It was about a year ago. It was a little over a year ago that I started on this journey. That I stood right here on these courthouse grounds and announced both Riding with the Outlaw, the documentary that I'm doing on the extreme corruption. I call it trickle-down corruption. This trickle-down corruption stems from good old boy law enforcement. Cover thy ass situation. These people have known since day one. They have known since day one. What they've done, it's been absolutely disgusting. Instead of letting up and admitting that they were wrong, they have taken all this to a whole nother level. It's just non-stop cover-up. About a week from now, will truly be the 1 year mark when I submitted my post-conviction relief on the final day.
Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
Good, man. How you doing, Lee?
Good, good. You doing all right?
Good.
Good. You too, man. Take care.
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent
a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this, but in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here.
Everything in person and not over email.
It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work, which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here, dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we were highly resolved that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
It's outlaw country, and you're riding with the outlaw.
No matter what, no city, no county has the right to enact laws that directly go against the Constitution. But freedom, got somebody that illegitimate assumed the position as mayor of Oxford. Through the framing, silence of a Marine Corps veteran, patriotic American. Want to see the face of pure evil? Walk through those doors. You'll see somebody that clearly doesn't respect or follow guidelines laid out in our Constitution. That this entire time has pushed her evil, liberal, democratic playbook. The mercy of the freedom of somebody else. Trickle-down corruption has got to be stopped. And the only way that trickle-down corruption is going to stop is if you cut the head off the snake. You've heard of follow the money. Follow the web. You want to see what the deep state is? Go to writingwiththeoutlaw.com. There's so much proof on there. I might have maybe half of the information uploaded to it
that will be there. But this has become a problem that's larger than us, folks. Good officers are being put in harm's way because they're being made to choose between following the Constitution, upholding the Constitution, following the orders set by their supervisors, whoever's above them. And for any officer that's here, both the local police department, as the Lafayette County Sheriff's Department, now is the time to actually do something about it, to push back, to actually do what you took an oath to do in upholding and defending the Constitution, protecting us from enemies, both foreign and domestic. And if you have a supervisor that's forcing your hand, is doing something unconstitutional, violates the rights of others, now's your time to step out and to align yourself with me. So I'm telling you, I hold the keys to the castle. Yes.
In particular, has been the biggest pivoting turning point for Lafayette County. And now I realize this is truly where my fight is. It's child exploitation. It's child trafficking through the Chancery Court of Lafayette County.
No. How would you ask such a thing? So that right there, that's a problem. When she asked, are they going to shoot you? You know, I've tried my best to get my kids to not fear the police.
We had a call, man. Oh.
What's this one about?
So what?
And what's this one about?
Did you fly a drone into the building or something?
By accident, I hit the right joystick. I went forward instead of up. I was trying to actually slowly move in and get some different vantage points of both Lafayette County from the air as well as the flag. And I am a member of the press. Accidents do happen. There was no damage except for my propellers, and that was what I was trying to replace. So, yeah, actually working on it right now. So I got the do what? Because of the flag, the beautiful vantage point right there from the air. I mean, I think it's I haven't seen any videos that have utilized aerial photography coming into Lafayette County Justice Court. And I can't think of a better purpose, being that I'm rolling a documentary on this court and the Chancery Court and the Circuit Court, as you know. This is. I understand that, but I had a feeling this is going to be made into an overreaction, just given the whole circumstances of everything. So,
Can I watch the plane when you get it together?
yeah, baby.
Okay. I'm still hot back here.
You still hot back there?
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's try that.
I feel it.
You feel it? Mm-hmm. Good deal.
This is my drone. It hit right there. Yeah.
I'm on. They got a $20,000 bond set. Both of them is $20,000.
Maybe not way out.
When I was, my parents got divorced. I moved out here with my dad, and we lived off of Pumping Station Road, 84 County Road. You and I, actually, you're probably younger than me. 32? Yeah, I'm 34.
Yeah. That's a long time ago.
I have to think about that every time because it's like, damn, it's getting on up there. Seems like last I knew I was 33, and then
The worst part about everything is
no, because honestly, I was.
you said you pulled it up on the internet.
But all right, what crime am I being accused of committing?
You got on fresh credentials. You got to have a commercial license filed when you identify yourself to where you're licensed.
Really?
Really.
That's also a weighted drone.
I'm not arguing with you. Where's your license? Pull it up on your email. Or
I actually don't even feel comfortable reaching in here to grab my other phone. You want to write me a ticket for not having a commercial license? You're more than welcome to do that. I can't find my phone right now. This is my new phone. My iPhone 8 Plus is what's signed into the Google, the Gmail. This is brand new. This is actually my wife's. There it is. Oh. There it is. There you go. Do you know how many phones I've broken? From leaving? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, I would read over. Oh, yes. I said I would read over the press credentials, what it says, the language that is in there. It doesn't. Down in the good old boy system of law.
back up today and go and get your license straight. Be in touch with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
The U.S. Attorney's Office. Yes, they do. It's in every court. God knows that I'm in enough of those right now. Right? I've actually welcomed the U.S. Attorney's Office to join in. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not in Calhoun.
No, I mean I've got multiple mailing addresses. That's one of them.
Where you live, where you lay your head.
Yeah. P.O. Box 1360.
That ain't where you don't lay your head at the P.O. Box. You lay your head at a house. So if you live in Calhoun County, give me your address where you live.
I mean, that's been the address that I've been given.
Where do you live?
Wade the Fifth.
So it's not the 117.
Because my ex, Liz Crowder, has been trying to get that information. That's the whole reason the Justice Court stuff and the Chancery Court stuff exists. Y'all know that very well. And me giving up my address means her getting my address, which means that I then get attacked by false allegations. She's already accused me of rape. I have very good legitimate reason to not disclose my active.
I won't give Liz Crowder any information.
So if there's a law that says that it can't be a mailing address and actually has to be a physical address, and I have to disclose that, then I'd like to see the supportive language.
That's cool, brother. That's fine.
But right now, I'm outside of Terry stop time.
You roll your
time stipulations.
You only leave.
Okay.
All right, man.
All right, guys. Come here, Ellen. There, sit back. Yep.
Look at lost the tape.
The tooth fairy come see you?
They did not, nor would not, ever commit. They are pressured. Some are even threatened with the targeting of others close to them. The threat of lengthy incarceration and the concern that every parent should have of both providing for and being there for their children. I didn't stand a chance of my own. At the time everything happened, when you take into consideration all the different factors and one of the best thought out, highly connected, and tightly woven conspiracies that protected those involved, being that all three branches of local government, the executive, legislative, the child yourself. You feel lifeguard caused the child to die by neglect, from not acting, anger, confusion, and untrusting of that lifeguard would be pretty fair emotions that most would exhibit. Would you allow your child to swim unattended under that lifeguard's watch? Or would that one incident cause you to permanently lose trust in that lifeguard? Even all lifeguards for that matter.
Let me see your service. Where's your service record at, Blowhard Bob?
I spent 10 years in the Marine Corps and came out with an honorable discharge.
Oh, yeah? So why can't you apply the law?
I do. You're convicted.
violence and its complete abuse of power caused me to lose trust and hope in our government. A complete lack of trust and faith in our government.
We stand at a crossroads in our nation's history. A moment when the very fabric of our constitutional republic hangs in the balance. Throughout history, great nations have fallen, not from external invasion, but from the internal decay, from the corruption of their founding principles. We face the greatest domestic threat to liberty since our founding, not from foreign terrorists, but from complicit federal agencies, unelected bureaucrats, and officials who believe the Constitution is optional. I'm not here to make you feel comfortable. I'm here to wake you up. The founders warned us about this moment. They understood the natural tendency of power to corrupt and expand. Jefferson wrote that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time. Franklin warned that we had a republic if you can keep it. But what happens when institutions designed to protect liberty become its greatest threat? You'll learn that agencies meant to protect you will either look away or actively shield corruption. That courts don't always seek the truth. That oversight has become meaningless. And most damning, the average American doesn't even care. Look at the classified documents now exposed. Look at surveillance programs. Look at selective prosecution. Look at federal agencies weaponized against political opponents. Look at whistleblowers persecuted, not celebrated. Labeled traitors instead of patriots. Look at intelligence agencies collecting your data without warrants. Look at law enforcement that can seize property without charging you with a crime. Let me say this plainly. The Constitution is under siege, and those with power to protect it are either complicit or cowards. If you think you're immune, you're not. What the state can do to one, it can do to all. The framers understood liberty is not the natural state of governance. Throughout history, tyranny has been the norm, freedom the exception. The Bill of Rights doesn't grant freedoms. It acknowledges rights you already possess by virtue of being human. These aren't suggestions. They're hard limits on government power. They're the conditions under which we, the people, agreed to be governed. Today, these boundaries are being erased. The First Amendment, compromised by censorship. The Fourth Amendment, gutted by mass surveillance. The Fifth, undermined by parallel construction and asset forfeiture. This isn't partisan. This is liberty versus tyranny. Constitution versus convenience. Every ignored complaint, every denied hearing, every rubber-stamped warrant, every prosecutor who turns a blind eye, and every judge who lets it slide. That's how the rule of law dies. Not in chaos, but in paperwork. First, they target the troublemakers, then the critics, then ordinary citizens who just want their constitutional rights. I used to believe that exposing corruption would correct the system, that truth would prevail. But I was wrong. The system doesn't fix itself when corruption is the system. When you say, "It's not my fight," or "I'd rather not get involved," you're not avoiding battle. You're surrendering. The First Amendment, stripped one voice at a time. The Fourth, gutted, one data breach at a time. The 14th, ignored, one retaliatory prosecution at a time. And the question is, what will you do about it? Silence is no longer neutral. It's not safe. It's betrayal. Our founders risked everything because they understood that some principles are worth more than comfort, worth more than security, worth more than life itself.
Mississippi, where the tall pines grow. 4 young hearts with a heavy load. Emma's got her mama's fire, Anna Claire so sweet. McKenna dreams big, Ethan Oliver's got fast feet. But there's a shadow that the sun won't chase, a missing name, a lost embrace. They talk in whispers, they don't ask why. Daddy's just a ghost in a judge's eyes. He's banished from Lafayette County. Can't cross that line, can't come back around me. 4 kids praying on a dell tonight, wishing for a wrong to be made right. But the law don't care about a young heart's cry. So we love our daddy from the other side. Mama says don't ask, just let it be. But his old guitar still sings to me. Found his letters in a drawer last June. Smelled like leather, whiskey and blue. We drive through Oxford past the county line. Every mile feels like a stretch of time. I swear I saw him in a truck last fall, parked just south where the pine trees crawl. He's banished from Lafayette County. Can't cross that line, can't come back around me. 4 kids praying on a dell tonight, wishing for a wrong to be made right. But the law don't care about a young heart's cry. So we love our daddy from the other side. One day I'll grow, one day I'll ride. Take that highway, let the past decide. Maybe meet him where the river runs, tell him his baby still love him some. Down in Mississippi, where the tall pines grow, 4 young hearts still hold